Chapter 17: A Growing Connection. The days stretched into weeks, each one blending into the next as Adrian and Serena delved further into the magical reef. The early challenges had been taxing, but they seemed simple compared to the intricate trials they now faced. The reef's enchantments grew more intricate with every step forward, testing not just their physical endurance but their ability to think quickly and act in unison. The waters around them shimmered with an ever-changing brilliance, the coral formations pulsating with life that seemed almost sentient. It was as if the reef itself was watching them, demanding more of their ingenuity and determination with every passing day. As their exploration deepened, so too did their bond. The trials forced them to rely on one another in ways they hadn't anticipated, creating a rhythm between them that felt as natural as the currents they navigated. Adrian's strength and tactical instincts complemented Serena's agility and sharp intellect, their synergy becoming the key to overcoming the reef's increasingly unpredictable challenges. At first, their connection had been rooted in necessity, a partnership born from shared goals. But as they spent long hours working side by side, their trust in one another began to grow into something deeper, something neither of them had fully expected. The line between partnership and personal connection began to blur in quiet, stolen moments. There were times when they would pause in the midst of their journey, sharing a glance or a few words that carried unspoken meaning. Serena found herself noticing the subtle ways Adrian adjusted his approach to ensure her safety, his unwavering focus tempered by a rare warmth when he looked her way. Likewise, Adrian couldn't ignore how Serena's determination inspired him, her fearless pursuit of their mission a constant reminder of why they had ventured into the reef in the first place. These moments, fleeting yet profound, hinted at a connection that went beyond the mission, a bond forged not just through trials but through mutual respect and admiration. The reef, in its strange and mysterious way, seemed to echo the growing complexity of their relationship. Its beauty was awe-inspiring, but its enchantments were as challenging as they were mesmerizing. In one cavern, they encountered a maze of glowing tendrils that required them to synchronize their movements perfectly to escape. In another, an illusionary tide threatened to pull them apart, forcing them to anchor themselves both physically and emotionally to one another. Each trial became a metaphor for the trust and understanding they were building, as if the reef itself were shaping their connection through its relentless tests. By the time the weeks began to blur together, Adrian and Serena had transformed as much as the reef around them. The treasure and the promise of breaking the curse still lay ahead, tantalizingly close yet just out of reach. But as they stood together on the precipice of yet another trial, neither could deny that their journey had already changed them in profound ways. The reef had forced them to confront not only its mysteries but also the truths within themselves, their fears, their strengths, and the bond that had grown between them. With every challenge they overcame, the mission felt less like a task and more like a shared destiny, one that tied them to each other as much as to the magical reef itself. In the midst of their journey, Adrian and Serena encountered one of their most daunting challenges yet. The passage ahead was a labyrinth of swirling currents and shimmering magical barriers, each more unpredictable than the last. The water around them pulsed with an iridescent glow, as if the reef itself were alive and intent on testing their resolve. It wasn't enough to rely on brute force or quick thinking. This trial demanded precise coordination and unwavering trust. The air between them was tense yet charged with determination as they exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging the stakes. Their success depended on more than their individual skills. It required them to function as one. The first obstacle was a series of magical glyphs etched into the reef walls, each glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Serena, her sharp mind attuned to patterns, quickly deciphered their purpose, a puzzle that required specific movements through the currents to deactivate the glyphs. Adrian, with his natural agility and strength, took the lead, his every motion guided by Serena's instructions. The swirling waters resisted them at every turn, threatening to pull them off course, but their synchronized efforts kept them steady. As Adrian maneuvered through the labyrinth, Serena focused on the glyphs, her hands moving swiftly to deactivate each one before the currents could reset their progress. The trial grew more treacherous as they advanced. Magical barriers shimmered into existence, their surfaces rippling like liquid glass. Each barrier required a unique combination of actions to dissolve, an incantation here, a precise strike there, or a sequence of movements through the currents that tested their endurance and timing. Adrian and Serena moved in perfect harmony, their unspoken communication a testament to the trust they had built. When Adrian faltered under the strain of the currents, Serena was there to steady him, her touch a grounding force that kept him focused. When Serena hesitated at the edge of a particularly volatile barrier, Adrian's quiet encouragement gave her the confidence to push forward. They were no longer just navigating the passage, they were navigating each other's strengths and vulnerabilities. As they approached the final section of the passage, the obstacles reached their peak. A massive vortex of water and light swirled before them, its chaotic energy radiating waves of heat and cold. Serena quickly deduced the key to overcoming it. They needed to enter the vortex together and perform a series of coordinated maneuvers to stabilize its core. The challenge was daunting, requiring complete synchronization and absolute trust. Without hesitation, Adrian grasped Serena's hand, their fingers intertwining as they launched themselves into the heart of the vortex. The swirling forces threatened to tear them apart, but they moved as one, their combined strength and focus countering the chaos. With a final, unified effort, they reached the vortex's core and shattered its magical energy, the light fading into a serene calm. Exhausted but victorious, Adrian and Serena emerged from the passage, the trial behind them yet etched into their minds. The air around them felt lighter, as if the reef itself acknowledged their triumph. They paused to catch their breath, the tension of the ordeal giving way to a quiet sense of accomplishment. As their gazes met, there was an unspoken understanding between them. What they had achieved wasn't just about overcoming the trial but about what it had revealed. Their bond had grown stronger, forged in the heat of adversity and tempered by mutual reliance. The reef had tested not only their abilities but their connection, and they had emerged more united than ever, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Emerging from the latest trial, Adrian and Serena found themselves on a secluded coral outcrop, the weight of their exhaustion momentarily lifted by the stillness around them. The outcrop jutted out over the reef like a natural balcony, offering a panoramic view of the underwater world they had come to know so intimately. For a moment neither spoke. They simply stood there, catching their breath and letting the tranquil beauty of the scene sink in. The magical crystals embedded in the reef glowed softly, their light reflecting off the water's surface and casting intricate patterns onto the coral. It was a sight that felt almost unreal, a rare moment of peace in a journey fraught with danger. The contrast between the serenity of the view and the chaos they had just endured was striking. The trial they had overcome had pushed them to their limits, both physically and mentally. Yet, as they rested on the outcrop, the hardships seemed distant, replaced by a quiet sense of accomplishment. Adrian leaned back against a large piece of coral, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. Serena sat beside him, her fingers idly tracing the intricate grooves of a glowing crystal embedded in the rock. The silence between them was comfortable, filled with the unspoken understanding of what they had just achieved together. It was a moment to reflect, to appreciate how far they had come, and the bond that had carried them this far. As the minutes stretched on, Serena broke the silence. "You don't often see something this beautiful," she said, her voice soft but filled with awe. Adrian nodded, his gaze fixed on the expanse of the reef before them. "Makes you forget, just for a moment, how much this place wants to kill us," he replied with a faint smile, the hint of humor a welcome reprieve from their usual seriousness. Serena chuckled, the sound light and genuine, easing the tension that had built between them during the trial. It was in these small exchanges, these brief respites, that the weight of their journey felt manageable, even hopeful. The outcrop became more than a resting place. It felt like a milestone, a brief sanctuary where they could reconnect with themselves and each other. Adrian found his thoughts drifting to the person beside him, how Serena's unwavering determination had inspired him through their most harrowing moments. Her courage had become his anchor, grounding him when the challenges threatened to overwhelm. Meanwhile, Serena reflected on Adrian's resilience and strength, qualities that had not only guided her but had made her feel less alone in a mission that often felt insurmountable. Their partnership had grown beyond mere necessity. It had become something vital, a connection that neither could deny. As they prepared to leave the outcrop and continue their journey, the moment lingered in their minds. The beauty of the reef and the peace they had found there served as a reminder of what they were fighting to protect and what they had come to mean to one another. The magical glow of the crystals seemed to reflect their shared determination, illuminating their path forward. They stood, side by side, and took one last look at the breathtaking view before them. Then, with a renewed sense of purpose, they turned away from the sanctuary and stepped back into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the magical reef. Adrian leaned against the rough coral wall, his chest heaving as he caught his breath, the adrenaline from their latest trial still thrumming in his veins. He turned his gaze to Serena, who was brushing strands of damp hair from her face, her expression a mix of exhaustion and triumph. "We make a pretty good team," he said, his voice tinged with admiration. There was sincerity in his tone, a quiet acknowledgement of her strength and resilience. His words hung in the air for a moment, carrying the weight of everything they had faced together. "I couldn't have done this without you," he added, his voice softer, but no less genuine. Serena paused, his words catching her off guard. She glanced at him, a faint smile pulling at her lips as she straightened from where she had been crouching to inspect a glowing crystal nearby. "You're giving me too much credit," she replied lightly, though there was a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "You're the one who charged into that current like it was nothing." Despite her deflection, she felt a warmth spread through her at his admission. It wasn't often that people acknowledged her efforts so openly, and hearing it from Adrian made it all the more meaningful. She crossed her arms, leaning back against the coral pillar as she added, "But thanks. I couldn't have done it without you either." The quiet moment of mutual recognition felt like a turning point. The tension that had defined so many of their earlier interactions was replaced by something softer, something unspoken but deeply felt. Adrian watched Serena carefully, noting the way the faint glow of the reef's light reflected in her eyes, adding an almost ethereal quality to her expression. "You know," he said after a beat, his voice laced with a faint humor to break the heaviness, "we might actually survive this if we keep this up." His comment drew a chuckle from Serena, light and genuine, and the sound filled the small cavern around them, easing the lingering tension from their latest challenge. Serena pushed off the coral, the glimmer of a playful smile tugging at her lips as she responded, "Don't get cocky, Adrian. The reef has a way of humbling you when you least expect it." Her tone was teasing, but her words carried a thread of caution. They both knew the trials ahead wouldn't get any easier, and neither could afford to let their guard down. Still, the lightness of their exchange felt like a balm, a reminder of the camaraderie they had built through their shared struggles. It was moments like these that strengthened their bond, balancing the intensity of their journey with fleeting but precious glimpses of connection. As the moment passed, they both knew it was time to press on. Adrian adjusted the strap of his gear, his movements now steadier, while Serena scanned the path ahead, her sharp eyes already piecing together their next steps. The challenges they faced would continue to test their skills and resolve, but for the first time, they both felt a renewed sense of confidence in their partnership. Without speaking, they fell into step beside one another, the silence between them comfortable, filled with an unspoken promise. They didn't just rely on each other, they trusted each other. And as they ventured deeper into the magical reef, that trust felt like the strongest weapon they had. Serena's smile lit up her face, her eyes catching and reflecting the gentle glow of the magical crystals embedded in the coral around them. "We do," she said softly, her voice carrying both warmth and conviction. "Your resourcefulness and determination complement my knowledge of the reef's magic. We're stronger together." There was a calm assurance in her words, a quiet confidence that had grown from their shared experiences. For the first time, she allowed herself to fully acknowledge the strength of their partnership, a bond that had carried them through trials either could have faced alone. Her gaze lingered on Adrian, a flicker of gratitude in her expression as she added, "I'm glad we're in this together." Adrian felt a swell of pride at her words, her acknowledgement resonating deeply. It wasn't often he thought of himself as someone who brought more than sheer determination to the table, but Serena's insight made him see his contributions in a different light. "I I'd say your knowledge of magic does most of the heavy lifting, he replied, his tone teasing but filled with genuine respect. I'm just the guy who muscles through currents and holds glowing artifacts. His attempt at modesty earned him a playful smirk from Serena, but her expression softened almost immediately. Don't sell yourself short, she countered. When I falter, you're there. When the reef throws its worst at us, you're the one keeping us steady. The exchange brought a rare lightness to the air between them, a momentary reprieve from the weight of their mission. Serena leaned back against the coral outcrop, her hand brushing over the rough surface as she considered her next words. I've been through this reef before, she admitted, her voice quieter now, tinged with vulnerability. Not this deep, but enough to know how unforgiving it can be. I didn't think I'd ever trust anyone enough to come back here. She hesitated, her gaze dropping to the ground before meeting Adrian's again. But with you, it feels different. Like we might actually make it through. Her admission carried more than just gratitude. It revealed the depths of trust she had come to place in him. Adrian didn't speak right away, sensing the weight behind her words. Instead, he stepped closer, his expression serious but not without warmth. I don't take that lightly, Serena, he said earnestly. Knowing what this place has already taken from you, and that you're willing to keep going. He paused, shaking his head slightly, as if searching for the right words. You're braver than anyone I've ever met. I'm just trying to keep up. His words were genuine, spoken with a quiet intensity that made Serena's chest tighten. For all his strength and resolve, Adrian's humility and respect for her left an impression she hadn't expected. Their connection deepened in that quiet moment, unspoken but unmistakable, as if the reef itself had paused to allow them this brief reprieve. The magical light surrounding them pulsed faintly, illuminating their faces as they stood side by side. Finally, Serena straightened, her resolve returning as she pushed off the coral and gestured toward the path ahead. Then let's keep going, she said, her voice steady but carrying a hint of warmth. If we're stronger together, let's prove it. Adrian nodded, his confidence renewed, and the two set off once more. The challenges ahead would undoubtedly test their newfound unity, but for now, they moved forward with a shared purpose, their bond stronger than ever. Sitting side by side on the coral outcrop, Adrian and Serena let the stillness of their surroundings settle over them. The glow of the magical crystals bathed the space in a soft, shifting light, and the gentle pulse of the reef felt almost like a heartbeat. Yet, beneath the calm exterior, the atmosphere between them grew charged with an energy that was impossible to ignore. Every brush of their shoulders, every glance exchanged, seemed to carry a weight that hadn't been there before. The shared victories, the close calls, and the fleeting moments of vulnerability had all built a bridge between them, one they hadn't intended to cross but now found themselves standing upon. For Serena, the closeness felt as exhilarating as it did unsettling. She had spent so long guarding herself, trusting only in her own knowledge and abilities. But Adrian had a way of breaking through her walls, not by force, but by simply being there, steadfast and reliable in ways she hadn't expected. She found herself watching him out of the corner of her eye, noticing the way his expression softened when he was deep in thought, or how he carried himself with quiet confidence even in the face of danger. These details, small but significant, only deepened the feelings she had tried to push aside. The realization left her both vulnerable and alive in a way she hadn't felt in years. Adrian, too, was grappling with emotions he hadn't foreseen. At first, he had seen Serena as someone fiercely independent, almost untouchable in her knowledge and command of the magical reef. But as they navigated the trials together, he had come to see the layers beneath, her determination, her courage, and the glimpses of doubt and weariness she let slip when she thought he wasn't looking. He admired her, not just for her skills but for her resilience, and the way she carried the weight of their mission with quiet grace. That admiration had grown into something more, something he wasn't sure how to articulate but couldn't deny. And now, sitting so close to her, he felt the tension like a current pulling him toward her. The unspoken tension lingered in the air between them, thick and undeniable. Serena broke the silence first, her voice softer than usual. You ever think about what happens after all this? She asked, her gaze fixed on the glowing expanse of the reef. Adrian hesitated, sensing the deeper meaning behind her words. "Sometimes," he admitted, his voice low but steady. "But honestly, it's hard to see past the next trial." He glanced at her, catching the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. "Why? What about you?" Serena's lips parted as if to answer, but she stopped herself, the vulnerability of her thoughts too raw to voice. Instead, she shook her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "I guess I'm just wondering where all this leaves us." Adrian's heart skipped a beat at her choice of words, and he leaned forward slightly, his tone more serious now. "Wherever it leaves us," he said, meeting her gaze. "I know one thing, we're better together than apart. I wouldn't want to be doing this with anyone else." His words hung between them, laden with more meaning than he had intended, but he didn't regret saying them. Serena held his gaze for a moment longer, her expression unreadable, before finally nodding. "Me neither," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The unspoken understanding between them grew stronger, and though neither dared to say more, the bond they shared felt unshakable. They might not have all the answers, but for now, they had each other, and that was enough to keep them moving forward. Serena's gaze lingered on Adrian as he carefully examined the magical reef's delicate flora, his brow furrowed in concentration. The soft glow of the underwater crystals illuminated his features, casting shadows that made him appear both distant and close at the same time. As her eyes traced the contours of his face, her mind drifted to the moments they had shared, each one etched into her memory with startling clarity. The laughter that had come so easily in the rare moments of reprieve, the shared glances when words were unnecessary, and the quiet understanding that had blossomed between them like an unspoken promise. It was a bond forged through trials, yet it felt as though it had always been there, waiting to be uncovered. Each memory tugged at Serena's heart with a tenderness she wasn't entirely ready to confront. There had been times when she had caught herself watching Adrian, her thoughts lingering on him long after they had moved on to the next challenge. His determination, his quiet strength, and the way he had supported her through the darkest moments had imprinted themselves upon her in ways she couldn't explain. It wasn't just the partnership they had formed, it was something deeper, something that went beyond mere companionship. It was a warmth that unfurled in her chest whenever he was near, a feeling that grew stronger with every passing day. Serena had tried to dismiss it, to keep her focus on their mission, but she found it harder to ignore the way her heart responded to him. The realization crept up on her slowly, like a tide that gently eroded the shore until there was nothing left to hold on to. It was a subtle change, an undercurrent in their interactions that neither of them had acknowledged aloud. What had started as mutual respect and necessity had evolved into something else. Something that made her feel vulnerable, yet alive in ways she hadn't expected. There was an intimacy in the way Adrian understood her, in the way he never pushed her too hard but was always there when she needed him. It wasn't just trust, it was something more profound, a quiet knowing that neither of them had to speak about, but that was felt with every glance, every shared moment. As she watched him now, the tension between them was palpable, but neither of them addressed it. Serena could feel the pull between them, the way her heart quickened whenever their fingers brushed or their gazes met for just a fraction longer than necessary. But she couldn't bring herself to say the words, not yet. There was too much at stake, too many uncertainties in the trials ahead. And yet, the warmth in her chest refused to subside, continuing to bloom within her despite the caution she tried to maintain. It was a delicate balance between the desire to hold on to what they had and the fear of what acknowledging those feelings might mean for their journey. Adrian, unaware of the depth of her thoughts, shifted his focus back to their surroundings, but Serena's attention remained fixed on him. The quiet moments they shared were becoming the foundation of something far greater than either of them had anticipated. She didn't know what the future held, and she couldn't yet bring herself to act on what she felt, but one thing was clear. Whatever happened next, their bond had already shifted beyond the realm of simple partnership. And as she took a slow breath, the warmth in her chest remained, a constant reminder that the journey they were on was as much about each other as it was about the mission they had set out to accomplish. Adrian had always prided himself on his ability to remain focused, to keep his emotions in check, especially in the face of danger. But something had changed over the course of their journey, something he couldn't quite put into words but felt with every passing day. He found himself drawn to Serena in ways he hadn't expected, ways that went beyond the camaraderie of their shared mission. It was her strength that first caught his attention, the quiet resilience with which she faced each trial. But over time, it was her kindness that truly disarmed him, the gentle way she spoke to the creatures of the reef, the care she showed when they encountered those in need, and the warmth that radiated from her even in the darkest moments. These qualities had become a source of inspiration for him, something he hadn't realized he was missing until he saw them in her. As he spent more time with her, Adrian found that his admiration for Serena deepened into something more. It was a feeling that crept up on him slowly, and it unsettled him. He had always known the importance of their mission, the gravity of the curse they were trying to break, and the treasure they sought to uncover. But now, it was hard to ignore the pull he felt towards Serena, the way his heart raced when she smiled or when their hands brushed as they worked together. There was a vulnerability in her, a depth to her character that he hadn't fully recognized at first, and it was something that he couldn't seem to shake. It was as if the more he got to know her, the more he realized that his feelings for her were no longer just about respect or admiration. They were something deeper, something that made his heart ache in a way he wasn't prepared for. But the complexities of their relationship weighed heavily on him. Adrian struggled to reconcile these growing feelings with the mission they were on. He had always approached their journey with a single-minded focus, driven by the goal of breaking the curse and finding the treasure that had eluded so many before them. But now, every glance he shared with Serena, every moment they spent together, seemed to blur the line between their professional partnership and something more personal. He was aware of the delicate balance they needed to maintain, and the last thing he wanted was for his emotions to cloud their progress. But no matter how hard he tried to push the feelings aside, they remained, persistent and undeniable. The weight of this new dynamic was a constant presence, one Adrian couldn't seem to escape. He wasn't sure how to navigate it, whether to acknowledge what he felt and risk complicating everything, or to continue suppressing it and pretend it didn't matter. There were moments when he caught himself thinking about what could be, about the possibility of something more between them, and he had to force himself to push those thoughts away. There was simply too much at stake. The reef was unforgiving, the trials ahead even more perilous, and he didn't know if he could afford the distraction of his growing feelings for Serena. Yet, the more he tried to keep his distance, the more it became clear that this bond between them was no longer something he could ignore. Adrian found himself at a crossroads, caught between the desire to protect their relationship from the complications of romantic feelings and the undeniable pull of his heart. He didn't want to lose what they had built, this partnership that had already proven to be so strong. But at the same time, he couldn't shake the fear that his feelings for Serena were only going to grow more intense, more consuming, the longer they spent together. The uncertainty of it all gnawed at him, and he found himself questioning whether he should confront these feelings head-on or continue to bury them for the sake of their mission. The path forward was unclear, and the more time passed, the more Adrian realized that the emotional journey he was on with Serena might be just as complicated, and just as important, as the one they were undertaking within the magical reef. The silence between them stretched out, thick and heavy, as if the air itself held its breath. They sat together on the coral outcrop, their backs slightly turned toward each other, but close enough that every slight movement felt amplified. The gentle sound of the reef's currents swirled around them, but it seemed distant, almost irrelevant in the face of the quiet tension that had grown between them. Adrian could feel the weight of the unspoken words, the emotions they both seemed to be trying to keep at bay. It wasn't just the uncertainty of their mission that hung in the air, it was something deeper, something more personal that neither of them had yet dared to address. Every time their eyes met or their hands brushed, the silence seemed to grow louder, filling the space between them with all the things neither of them could quite bring themselves to say. Adrian shifted slightly, his gaze drifting toward the glowing crystals that illuminated their surroundings, but his mind was elsewhere. The pull between them had become impossible to ignore, and with each passing day, it only intensified. He had tried to push the feelings aside, focusing instead on the challenges of the reef, the curse they needed to break, the treasure they sought. But no matter how hard he tried, his thoughts kept returning to Serena, to the way she had begun to occupy a space in his heart that he hadn't anticipated. The closeness they had built, the trust they had developed, it was all too important to ignore, and yet, the fear of complicating their mission weighed heavily on him. Still, the words were there, simmering just beneath the surface, and they demanded to be spoken. Finally, the pressure of the silence became too much to bear. Adrian turned toward Serena, his eyes meeting hers with a resolve that surprised even him. "Serena, there's something I need to tell you," he said, his voice soft but steady, the words carrying an earnestness that was rare for him. The sound of his own voice felt foreign, as though he had been holding onto it for too long. He took a breath, trying to steady the sudden rush of emotions that surged within him, but there was no turning back now. The words had been waiting for too long, and as they hung in the air between them, Adrian knew that whatever came next would change everything. Serena's eyes widened slightly at the weight of his statement. She turned toward him fully, her expression unreadable, but there was a flicker of anticipation, or perhaps fear, behind her gaze. She hadn't expected this moment, hadn't known that Adrian had been harboring something he felt the need to share. Her heart quickened, the familiar warmth that had been steadily growing between them now a palpable presence. She had felt the shift too, the quiet undercurrent that ran through their interactions, but she had never imagined that Adrian would be the one to address it first. The vulnerability in his voice, the sincerity that seemed to pour from him, made her pause. She opened her mouth to respond, but words failed her for a moment. What was there to say to this? What could she say to something that was already so clear between them? Adrian noticed the slight tremble in Serena's posture, the way her breath hitched ever so slightly. His heart skipped a beat, a knot tightening in his chest as he realized how much this moment meant to both of them. His mind raced, unsure of how to continue, but there was no easy way to put his feelings into words. "I don't know how to explain it," he continued, his voice barely above a whisper now. "But I've started to realize that what we have, this partnership, this connection, it's become something more to me. Something I didn't expect, and I don't know if it's the right time or the right place to say this, but I can't ignore it anymore." The words spilled out in a rush, but there was a quiet certainty behind them. "I don't want to complicate things between us, but I also don't want to keep pretending that what I feel isn't real." He looked at her then, his eyes searching her face for any sign of understanding, or perhaps acceptance. Serena turned to him, her movements deliberate as she adjusted her position, facing him fully now. The soft light from the surrounding magical crystals illuminated her features, casting a gentle glow that softened the intensity in her eyes. Her expression was attentive, yet there was an underlying tension in her posture, a subtle stillness that suggested she was bracing herself for whatever was coming. The weight of Adrian's words hung in the air between them, and though she had an inkling of what might be coming, the uncertainty still gnawed at her. She could feel the pulse of her own heartbeat quickening, the quiet thrum of anticipation making her acutely aware of how close they were. The intimacy of the moment was impossible to ignore. Her gaze never left his, searching his face for any clue as to what was troubling him. Adrian's usual composure seemed to have slipped, replaced by a vulnerability that she hadn't seen before. He was always the steady one, the one who could be relied upon to keep his focus, to keep his emotions in check. Yet now, there was a depth to his expression, a rawness that unsettled her. She realized, as she watched him, that this was something important, something that would change the delicate balance they had struck over the past weeks. It was clear that whatever Adrian had to say, it was something he had been carrying for a while, something he hadn't been able to keep hidden any longer. "What is it?" Serena's voice was quiet but steady, her tone laced with both curiosity and concern. She knew this conversation was inevitable. She had felt the shift in their dynamic long before this moment, but hearing Adrian admit it aloud, hearing him actually speak the words, felt like a breaking of the dam. She wanted to understand, to know what had been weighing on him. But part of her, too, feared that whatever was coming would make things between them more complicated, more fragile than they already were. The bond they had forged in the depths of the reef, through their shared struggles and victories, had become something she treasured deeply. Yet she couldn't help but wonder if acknowledging whatever Adrian was about to reveal would threaten that bond. Adrian hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering away from hers as if searching for the right words. The quiet of the reef around them seemed to heighten the tension, the stillness pressing in as he collected his thoughts. When he finally spoke, his voice was low but unwavering. "Serena," he began, his gaze returning to hers. "I can't keep pretending that what we have is just a partnership anymore. It's more than that for me. The way we've worked together, the way we've come to understand each other, it's made me realize that I'm feeling something deeper. I'm not just admiring you as my companion in this journey, Serena. I'm starting to care for you in a way that's hard to ignore." His words were careful, measured, but there was an undeniable sincerity in his tone that made the air between them seem thicker, more charged. Serena felt a tightness in her chest at his confession, her breath catching slightly as his words sank in. She had suspected something like this, had felt the subtle shift in their relationship, but hearing him say it so plainly, so honestly, left her momentarily speechless. A rush of emotions flooded her, surprise, confusion, and something deeper that she couldn't quite name. There was no doubt that she had felt a connection with Adrian, but she hadn't allowed herself to fully confront what that connection meant. To hear him put it into words made the reality of it all too real, and she suddenly felt exposed in a way she hadn't anticipated. She wanted to say something, to respond, but her thoughts swirled in a tangled mess, and the only thing she could manage was to hold his gaze, silently processing the weight of his admission. Serena's heart raced as Adrian's words lingered in the air, filling the silence between them with an undeniable intensity. His confession hit her like a wave, unexpected and powerful, and for a moment, she wasn't sure how to respond. She could see the vulnerability in his eyes, the quiet sincerity that had always been a part of him, but now seemed more pronounced. It was as though he had finally let down the walls he had so carefully built around himself, allowing her to see a side of him that was raw and unguarded. The warmth in her chest, the connection they had fostered over the weeks, surged in response to his openness. But with that warmth came a flutter of uncertainty. How did she feel about this? Was she ready to face this new layer of their relationship? For a few moments, the only sound was the soft, rhythmic pulse of the reef's currents against the rocks. Serena swallowed hard, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of the feelings churning inside her. She had always known there was something more between them, something deeper than just companionship. The way Adrian had always been there for her, the way they had moved in sync through the trials, had built a bond that felt unshakable. But this was different. This was personal. She hadn't allowed herself to acknowledge the growing attraction, the quiet pull she had felt toward him, fearing it would complicate everything they were working for. Now, with his confession hanging in the air, it felt like everything had shifted, and the weight of that shift settled heavily on her shoulders. She found herself looking at him, searching his face for any sign of doubt, any hesitation. But all she saw was sincerity, raw and honest. It was both comforting and terrifying. Serena had never been one to shy away from the truth, but this was a different kind of truth. This wasn't just about the curse they were trying to break, or the treasure they sought. This was about them. About what they had become, and what they could be. Her mind struggled to keep up with her emotions, each thought seeming to contradict the last. She wanted to say something, to voice the thoughts that were tumbling through her, but words seemed to fail her in the face of his openness. What could she say to something that felt so big, so irrevocable? Finally, Serena took a deep breath, trying to calm the tumult within her. "Adrian," she said, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside her. I don't know what to say." She paused, searching for the right words, her gaze never leaving his. "I've felt it too, you know? The connection between us, it's not just about the mission. I've seen you in ways I never expected, and it's hard to ignore." She could feel the weight of her own confession, the words slipping out before she could stop them. There was something freeing in saying them aloud, but it also brought an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. What did it mean for them, this sudden shift? And what would it mean for their journey ahead? Her voice softened as she continued, her heart now laid bare. But I'm scared, Adrian. Scared that we're too deep into this, too committed to our mission, for something like this to work. I don't want to risk what we've built. She shook her head slightly, the conflict in her heart mirrored in her eyes. I don't want to complicate things, but at the same time, I can't pretend that what I feel isn't real, just as you can't. The weight of her own admission hung in the air between them, and Serena found herself holding her breath, waiting for Adrian's response. There was no turning back now. They had both stepped into unknown territory, and the path ahead would require more than just trust. It would require both of them to navigate the uncertainty together. Serena's heart skipped a beat, her pulse quickening at the weight of her own words. She felt an unexpected flush rise to her cheeks, a mixture of vulnerability and relief washing over her. Adrian had admitted his feelings first, but now it was her turn to confront the truths she had been hiding, even from herself. As she spoke, her gaze dropped to the coral beneath her fingertips, her hands moving absent-mindedly as she traced delicate patterns in the vibrant, textured surface. It was as if the physical act of grounding herself in something familiar could somehow ease the tumult inside her. Her mind was reeling, unsure of how to fully express the depth of what she felt. But as she let the words leave her lips, she knew she couldn't keep them hidden any longer. The journey they had shared, the trials they had faced, had forged a bond between them that went far beyond mere teamwork. There had been moments of quiet understanding, fleeting exchanges that spoke volumes, and the thrill of their victories that had made every hardship worthwhile. Each shared glance and every word of encouragement had built something unspoken, something deeper than companionship. Serena had always been cautious when it came to matters of the heart, especially with someone as important to her as Adrian had become. But now, sitting on the edge of the reef, her heart in her throat, she couldn't deny the truth any longer. It wasn't just the magic of the reef or the weight of their mission that had drawn them together. It was something far more personal. She had begun to care for Adrian in a way she hadn't anticipated, a way that had grown quietly, steadily, but undeniably. Her fingers continued to trace the intricate patterns on the coral, as if her body was trying to anchor her while her mind swam in uncharted waters. The words had come out before she had fully processed them, but now that they were spoken, there was no taking them back. A part of her feared that acknowledging her feelings would change everything between them, that it might somehow make things more complicated than they already were. They were in the midst of something important, something that demanded their full attention. Could their growing feelings for each other survive the trials they still had to face? She wasn't sure, but as she glanced up at Adrian, she saw the sincerity in his eyes, and it gave her the courage to speak the truth. I feel the same way, Serena continued, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. Working together, facing these challenges, it's brought us closer, and I've found myself developing feelings for you too. The words felt like a release, like she was finally allowing herself to admit what had been growing inside her for so long. It wasn't just admiration or respect anymore. It was something deeper, something that reached into the very core of who they were as individuals and as partners. The realization of it was both exhilarating and terrifying, but Serena knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever the future held, this truth was undeniable. As she finished speaking, Serena took a slow, steadying breath, the weight of the moment settling over her. She had said it, and now there was no turning back. The silence between them stretched out, but it was different now, filled with the vulnerability of their shared admission. Serena couldn't read Adrian's expression completely, but there was a warmth in his eyes that made her feel as though she had done the right thing. She had taken the first step, and now it was up to them both to figure out what came next. There was still so much uncertainty ahead, not just in their mission, but in how they would navigate this new dynamic between them. But for the first time in what felt like a long while, Serena didn't feel alone in the uncertainty. The confession lingered in the air, a heavy yet freeing weight that settled between them. Serena's words, raw and honest, were like an unspoken promise, one that both comforted and unnerved her. Her heart still raced from the vulnerability of admitting her feelings aloud, but there was also a deep sense of relief, as though a burden had been lifted. The truth was now out in the open, shared between them in the quiet of the reef. But with that relief came a sharp edge of uncertainty, the recognition that acknowledging their emotions didn't make their journey any simpler. Their mission remained the same, breaking the curse, uncovering the treasure, and finding their way through the perilous trials of the magical reef. Nothing had changed in that regard. Yet, everything felt different now. The connection between them, once a subtle undercurrent, had become undeniable, adding a new layer of complexity to an already complicated path. As the moments stretched, both of them were acutely aware of the unspoken understanding that hovered between them. Their feelings, though genuine and powerful, were bound by the reality of their situation. Adrian and Serena had always operated with a sense of purpose, driven by the shared goal of their mission. But now, their bond was no longer just about completing a task. It was about navigating a deeper, more personal connection that could potentially alter the course of their journey. The thought was both exhilarating and daunting. How would they manage to balance their growing feelings with the necessity of their quest? It was a question neither of them had answers to, and the uncertainty of it was unsettling. The magical reef, with its beauty and danger, had already tested their resolve, pushing them to their limits both physically and emotionally. Now, with this new dynamic between them, Serena couldn't help but wonder how their emotions would affect their ability to remain focused on the trials ahead. The connection between them was strong, but would it be enough to withstand the pressure of the tasks they still had to face? Would their personal feelings distract them, or would they only serve to strengthen their resolve? It was a balance that seemed impossible to strike, and yet, as she looked at Adrian, she knew that the answer wasn't clear-cut. There was no manual for navigating a relationship forged in such intense circumstances. All they could do was keep moving forward, step by step, and trust that their bond would guide them when things became too overwhelming. Adrian, too, felt the weight of their new reality. He knew that Serena had spoken the truth, and the acknowledgement of their shared feelings brought a sense of unity and strength he hadn't expected. But with that strength came the understanding that they now had to face the trials not only as partners in their mission but also as people whose emotions were intertwined. It added a layer of tension to their every decision. Would their growing affection for each other cloud their judgment? Could they afford to let it? Adrian wasn't sure, but the idea of pulling away from Serena, of trying to ignore the connection they had built, seemed impossible. It was too late for that. The reality of their feelings was undeniable, and he couldn't pretend it wasn't there. But he also knew that their mission had to remain their priority, no matter how complicated their relationship became. As they sat together, the silence between them wasn't uncomfortable but filled with the quiet understanding of what lay ahead. There was a shared acknowledgement that the road they walked had just become more complicated. But despite the uncertainty, there was a sense of resolve in both of them. They had come this far together, and they would continue to face whatever challenges the reef threw at them, side by side. Their feelings, though new and uncharted, didn't change the essence of their partnership. They still had the same goal, the same drive to see their mission through. What had changed was the knowledge that, whatever happened, they were no longer just two individuals working together. They were a team, bound by both their shared mission and their growing connection, and that bond was stronger than either of them had anticipated. Adrian reached out, his fingers brushing against Serena's hand with a tenderness that caught her off guard. The simple gesture felt like a lifeline, grounding them both in a moment of clarity amidst the swirl of emotions that had built between them. His touch, soft but deliberate, carried the weight of unspoken words, the desire to acknowledge what they both knew but hadn't fully confronted until now. Serena's breath caught slightly as she turned her hand to meet his, the connection between them sparking something both familiar and new. It was an intimate moment, shared in the quiet of the reef, where the world outside seemed to fade into a distant hum. The pressure of their mission, the urgency of their quest, was still there, but in that instant, it felt like the weight of it had shifted, if only for a moment, towards something else entirely. Adrian's voice was steady but filled with a quiet intensity as he spoke, his words hanging in the space between them. "I don't want our feelings to complicate things," he said, his gaze never leaving hers. "But I also don't want to ignore them." His confession, though simple, was a mirror of Serena's own internal struggle. They had both felt the pull of their growing connection, the way their bond had evolved into something deeper and more personal, but neither had known how to address it. They were both driven by a shared purpose, a mission that was too important to let personal feelings get in the way. But now that the truth was out in the open, there was no going back. The emotions between them were real, undeniable, and they had to find a way to honor them without losing sight of the task at hand. It was a delicate balance, and neither of them had the answers. For a moment, Serena's mind raced, torn between the desire to embrace the connection they had forged and the knowledge that their mission still came first. She felt the warmth of Adrian's hand in hers, a silent promise that they were in this together. But the weight of their goal, the curse, the treasure, the trials, still loomed over them. How could they move forward with both their personal connection and their commitment to the mission without letting one overshadow the other? It was a question that had no simple answer, but as she looked into Adrian's eyes, she knew that they would have to figure it out together. The idea of pulling away, of distancing herself from him emotionally, felt impossible. They had already crossed that threshold, and to deny what they were feeling now would only breed confusion and regret. Serena squeezed his hand gently, a silent acknowledgement that she understood the weight of his words. "We need to find a balance," she said, her voice quiet but firm, "between what we're feeling and what we have to do. It's not going to be easy, but I think we can figure it out. We've already faced so much together, and we're still standing. We can handle this too." Her words, though spoken with conviction, were laced with uncertainty. The idea of balancing their mission with their feelings felt like an impossible task, but in that moment, with Adrian beside her, she believed that they could find a way. They had been through so much already, had weathered storms, both literal and emotional, and their connection had only grown stronger because of it. She wasn't sure how to make the pieces fit, but she knew that she didn't want to lose what they had built. Adrian nodded slowly, the weight of her words sinking in. He understood the challenge that lay ahead, but there was a part of him that was relieved by the honesty between them. They weren't trying to ignore what was happening between them, and they weren't running from it. They were acknowledging it, taking the first step toward navigating the complexities of their situation. The road ahead would be difficult, and there would be moments of doubt and confusion, but for now, they had each other. That knowledge, that quiet certainty, was enough to give Adrian the strength to move forward. With Serena by his side, he felt like they could face anything, whether it was the dangers of the reef, the trials they had yet to face, or the delicate balance they needed to strike between their feelings and their mission. Together, they would find a way. Serena nodded, her expression softening as she processed Adrian's words. The moment felt charged with the weight of everything they had shared, the trials, the unspoken understanding, and now, the growing connection between them. Her mind shifted between the two realities. The unyielding drive to complete their mission and the undeniable pull she felt toward Adrian. The clarity of their shared goal had always been their anchor, but now, with their feelings out in the open, there was a new layer of complexity to navigate. She took a slow breath, her gaze meeting his as she spoke, her voice thoughtful yet firm. "I agree," she said, the certainty in her tone matching the quiet resolve she felt deep inside. "Our mission is important, and we can't let our feelings derail it." Yet even as she spoke those words, Serena knew that ignoring their feelings wasn't an option either. She felt the tug of something deeper growing between them, something that couldn't be dismissed as mere camaraderie or a fleeting bond formed under pressure. They had already crossed that threshold, their partnership evolving into something much more profound. To deny it now, to pretend it didn't matter, would only create tension and confusion that could jeopardize everything they had worked for. "But we should also acknowledge what's growing between us," she continued, her voice softer but no less resolute. "We can't ignore it. It's part of who we are now, and it's shaping how we move forward." Adrian's gaze held hers, and Serena saw the understanding in his eyes. He, too, recognized the delicate balance they now had to strike. This wasn't just about them anymore. It was about their shared future, the road they still had to walk together, and how they would manage their newfound feelings while staying true to their purpose. It wasn't a matter of choosing one over the other. It was about finding a way to make both parts of their journey fit together. Serena wasn't sure what that balance would look like, or how they would manage it when the trials ahead became even more perilous. But she knew one thing for certain: they were in this together. No matter what happened, no matter what obstacles lay ahead, they would face it as a team, both as partners in their mission and in what was quietly blossoming between them. As the weight of their unspoken understanding settled in, Serena felt a sense of calm wash over her. The tension that had lingered since their confession began to ease, replaced by a quiet certainty that, despite the complexity of their situation, they could handle it. They had already proven their ability to navigate the challenges the reef had thrown at them, and now, they just had to figure out how to handle the challenges within themselves. "We'll figure it out," Serena said, more to herself than to Adrian. The words were like a pledge, a promise that no matter the complications, they wouldn't allow their feelings to pull them away from their mission. Instead, they would make their connection a strength, a source of resilience in the face of the unknown. Adrian squeezed her hand lightly, a gesture that held more meaning than any words could convey. He didn't have all the answers, and neither did she, but the fact that they were talking about it, acknowledging their feelings and the complexities ahead, made him feel like they were taking the right first step. They were moving forward, not just with their shared mission, but with a new understanding of each other. They didn't need to have it all figured out yet. They just needed to keep working together, facing each trial as it came, knowing that their connection, both personal and professional, would be the foundation upon which they would build the rest of their journey. They could handle this together. They sat together in a comfortable silence, the sounds of the magical reef filling the space around them, but the silence between them was anything but ordinary. It was a silence heavy with understanding, laden with the emotions they had only just acknowledged, and the awareness that their bond had shifted in ways neither of them fully anticipated. The air between them felt thick with the weight of their growing connection. Yet, despite the quiet closeness they shared, neither of them spoke. There was no need for words in this moment. Everything had already been said, everything important at least. They both understood the significance of what had passed between them, but there was an unspoken agreement hanging in the air that neither would linger too long on it. Their journey was far from over, and they had to remain focused. The weight of their feelings sat on their shoulders like a second burden. It was not a burden of regret or hesitation, but one of awareness. The depth of what had developed between them was undeniable, and it both grounded and complicated their shared mission. As much as they had grown close, as much as they had found in each other, they still had a task to complete. The trials of the reef were relentless and ever-changing, pushing them to their limits, and the treasure they sought lay hidden within its depths, obscured by both magic and danger. There was no room for distractions. The stakes were too high, the obstacles too formidable, and the consequences of failure too great. Serena could feel the pull of her emotions every time she glanced at Adrian, every time their hands brushed or their eyes met. It was almost impossible to ignore this undercurrent of attraction and warmth that seemed to deepen with each passing day. But despite how much she wanted to linger in that connection, she knew that the path ahead was treacherous. They still had no idea what trials awaited them, or what dangers would spring from the reef's mysterious depths. The treasure they sought was not merely gold or jewels. It was something far more elusive and dangerous, tied to a curse that they still didn't fully understand. This was not the time for distractions. Serena understood this with an intensity that matched her feelings for Adrian. Their mission was bigger than any personal emotions. Adrian, too, felt the complex blend of emotion and duty pressing down on him. The bond they shared was undeniable, something that couldn't be overlooked, yet the world around them remained just as unforgiving as it had been before their confession. He could feel the quiet weight of responsibility in every decision he made now, aware that his actions affected not only the outcome of their quest, but also the delicate balance between him and Serena. His feelings for her were real, but so too was the mission they were on, the curse that had to be broken, and the treasure that still eluded them. To let either of those things falter, his feelings for her or their mission, would be to risk everything. Yet, as he sat beside her, he realized that perhaps the key to their success wasn't to separate the two parts of their journey, but to find a way to weave them together. Their bond could be a strength, not a weakness. For now, the silence between them was the only answer they needed. They were still figuring out how to navigate the space between their personal connection and the task at hand. They didn't need to rush or overthink it. They would face the trials ahead, as they always had, side by side. They both knew that the trials of the reef would test them in ways they couldn't predict, but what mattered now was that they were in it together. The treasure, the curse, the challenges, they were all part of the journey. And as long as they kept moving forward with the same unity, the same shared resolve that had brought them this far, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. Together, they could face whatever came next. As the sun began to set, its warm golden rays spilling across the vibrant reef, Adrian and Serena found themselves sitting in a quiet corner of the outcrop. The fading light bathed everything in a soft, ethereal glow, transforming the world around them into something dreamlike. The sea around them shimmered in the last moments of daylight, the colors of the reef intensifying as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out like the passing of time itself. It was a rare moment of peace, a brief respite from the relentless challenges they had faced since embarking on their journey. And in that peace, they shared a quiet understanding, a moment of connection that felt deeper than words could express. As they sat together, the weight of the days they had spent navigating the dangers of the reef settled between them. Their bond had deepened, forged through shared experiences and growing trust. The subtle glances, the quiet moments of support, and the times when they had worked together in perfect synchronization had brought them closer than either had anticipated. Serena felt the connection between them like an undercurrent, something powerful and steady beneath the surface of their conversations and their actions. She couldn't deny the warmth in her chest when Adrian's hand brushed against hers, or the way her heart fluttered when their eyes met. She had never expected to feel this way, not in the midst of a quest that demanded so much of her focus and attention. And yet there it was, undeniable, real, and impossible to ignore. But even as they shared this silent moment, both Adrian and Serena knew that their growing feelings could not, and would not, cloud the purpose of their journey. The treasure they sought, hidden deep within the reef, was tied to a curse that threatened more than just their lives. It could impact the very balance of the world around them. The dangers they faced were real and ever-present, and they both understood that their mission must remain at the forefront of everything they did. The growing connection between them, though important and meaningful, could not distract them from the trials ahead. They had come too far, faced too many challenges, to allow their personal feelings to take precedence over their ultimate goal. As the last sliver of sunlight disappeared beneath the horizon, leaving behind a deep purple sky streaked with the remnants of twilight, Adrian's mind turned back to the task at hand. He could feel the shift in his heart every time he looked at Serena, but he knew that their shared understanding, their bond, was something that had to be nurtured carefully. It was a gift, yes, but one that could be fragile if allowed to overshadow their purpose. The trials of the reef had a way of testing the limits of resolve, and he knew that keeping their focus sharp and unwavering would be essential. They had to stay ahead of whatever challenges the reef had left in store for them. The path to the treasure was winding and fraught with danger, and they couldn't afford to lose sight of what they were truly after. Serena, too, understood the unspoken agreement that lingered between them. The quiet bond they shared felt like an anchor, but it was also a reminder of the larger task they had to complete. She glanced at Adrian, sensing the same tension in him, the delicate balance they both had to find between the connection growing between them and the responsibility they carried. With every passing day, the reef revealed more of its mysteries, and the urgency to uncover the treasure and break the curse grew. They couldn't afford to let distractions cloud their judgment. Yet, in this moment of stillness, Serena found herself grateful for the strength they had found in each other, knowing that it would carry them through the challenges yet to come. Together, they would find a way to move forward, navigating both the mission and the feelings they were learning to embrace. With the final light of the sunset fading into the horizon, Adrian and Serena stood together, their resolve steeled by the quiet understanding that had passed between them. The air around them felt heavier now, charged with the weight of their unspoken feelings and the knowledge that their bond had deepened in ways either had anticipated. But this realization, while profound, did not detract from their sense of duty. It only strengthened it. The journey they were on was far from over, and the challenges ahead would only become more treacherous. With a final glance exchanged, they both understood that the time had come to set aside any lingering doubts or distractions. They had a purpose to fulfill, and nothing, not even the powerful emotions that had begun to weave between them, could overshadow them. The reef stretched out before them, a vast and mysterious world filled with both beauty and danger. Its waters, once an awe-inspiring sight, now seemed to pulse with the promise of trials yet to come. Every twist of the current, every shifting tide, held new challenges that would test their mettle in ways they could not yet predict. They had already faced trials that tested their wits, their courage, and their strength, but the true depth of the reef's enchantments lay hidden still. Adrian felt the familiar pulse of anticipation and trepidation in his chest as he tightened the straps on his gear. Each challenge would be harder than the last, and he knew they would need every ounce of their collective skill to navigate it. Serena, too, was aware of the weight of what lay ahead. She had always been a woman of deep focus, able to separate her personal emotions from her goals, but this journey had forced her to examine that balance in new ways. Her growing connection with Adrian was undeniable, and though it complicated things, it also added a layer of strength she hadn't expected. She could no longer deny how much she relied on him, not just for the mission, but for the steadying presence he provided in her life. Their partnership had evolved from simple teamwork into something deeper, something that made her feel more capable, more driven than ever before. But she understood, just as Adrian did, that they couldn't let that connection cloud their judgment. The reef demanded clarity of mind, and the treasure they sought would not be easily won. As they moved forward into the depths of the magical reef, their senses heightened and their every movement deliberate, they found themselves working in perfect harmony. Their growing connection had brought them closer, yes, but it had also sharpened their ability to anticipate each other's needs. Adrian was quick to adjust when Serena encountered an unexpected obstacle, his movements a seamless extension of her own. Likewise, Serena's intuition seemed to sharpen in tandem with his, guiding them around hidden dangers and towards the path they needed to follow. There was an unspoken rhythm between them now, a flow that made their teamwork even more efficient. They had become more than just allies in this quest. They were beginning to feel like two halves of a whole, each complementing the other in ways that made them stronger together. The complexity of their emotions was still there, a constant undercurrent beneath the surface of their interactions, but they had learned to channel it into their shared purpose. They knew their feelings for each other were real, but they also knew that now, more than ever, they had to keep their eyes on the goal. The trials ahead would demand everything from them, every ounce of courage, skill, and heart they had. But Adrian and Serena were no longer just two individuals trying to survive the reef. They were a team, bound by more than just their mission. Their shared goals and the trust they had built in each other would carry them forward, through whatever challenges the magical waters threw their way. With renewed determination and a newfound awareness of their growing connection, they were ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 18: An Unexpected Ally. The path through the magical reef seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning with each new trial that arose. Every corner they rounded brought with it a fresh set of challenges, be it perilous currents, intricate puzzles, or hidden dangers lurking beneath the waters. At first, each test had felt like an insurmountable obstacle, but over time, Adrian and Serena had grown more adept at navigating the treacherous terrain. Their bond, initially forged in the heat of shared purpose, had deepened with each success. They had learned to rely on each other's strengths in ways they hadn't expected, seamlessly working together to overcome whatever the reef threw at them. The rhythm of their partnership was now second nature, her knowledge of the reef's magic complementing his resourcefulness and determination. Despite their growing synergy, the trials they faced were far from over, and each new test seemed to be more demanding than the last. But nothing could have prepared them for the unexpected encounter that lay ahead. As they pressed forward through a particularly dense section of the reef, the air grew unnaturally still, and the water around them darkened, as if something ancient and powerful had awoken. From the shadows of the coral, a figure emerged, a being neither entirely human nor wholly sea creature, with features that shimmered like the surface of the water on a moonlit night. The mysterious figure moved with an eerie grace, its presence both unsettling and captivating, its gaze fixed on them with an intensity that felt almost like a silent challenge. The encounter with this enigmatic figure was unlike anything Adrian and Serena had faced before. The creature's very presence seemed to shift the air around them, as if the rules of the reef had changed. It spoke with a voice that was at once melodic and dissonant, warning them that their journey was veering dangerously close to forces they could not yet comprehend. The figure's words, cryptic and layered with meaning, hinted at a deeper connection to the treasure they sought, a connection that could alter the very fabric of their mission. As it faded back into the depths of the reef, leaving only the ripples of its passing in the still waters, Adrian and Serena were left with a sense of foreboding. Their path had changed in ways they hadn't anticipated, and the stakes of their quest had just grown much higher. One afternoon, as Adrian and Serena ventured deeper into the magical reef, they found themselves drifting through a dense kelp forest. The thick, green tendrils of the kelp swayed gently with the current, their movements creating a rhythmic dance that seemed to envelop them in a quiet, mesmerizing world. The water was cool and clear, and the silence of the underwater realm was broken only by the soft rustling of the kelp and the distant calls of unseen creatures. The sense of serenity in this part of the reef was almost palpable, but there was an unmistakable feeling that something, or someone, was watching them. As they moved cautiously through the tangled labyrinth of kelp, their eyes scanned the shadows, always alert for any danger that might lie hidden. It was then that they saw the figure. At first, it was a mere silhouette, moving gracefully between the towering fronds of kelp, but as it came closer, it became more distinct. The figure seemed to glide effortlessly through the water, its movements fluid and serene, as though it were part of the very sea itself. The soft glow of the underwater light, refracted through the water, cast an ethereal halo around the figure, making it appear almost otherworldly. It was impossible to tell whether the figure was human, creature, or something entirely different. Its presence was both calming and unsettling, as if it belonged to a realm of the reef that they had yet to discover. As the figure moved closer, the water around them shimmered, and Serena felt an inexplicable pull, as though the being was drawing her in with a silent invitation. Adrian, too, was captivated, his instincts alert, though he sensed no immediate threat. The figure's eyes, glowing faintly like twin orbs of moonlight, locked onto theirs for a brief, intense moment before it disappeared into the depths of the kelp forest, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The encounter left them both with a lingering sense of awe and unease, the mysteries of the reef deepening. The figure's sudden appearance seemed like a warning, a reminder that they were navigating not just the physical dangers of the reef, but the unknown, magical forces that governed it. As they resumed their journey, the memory of the figure stayed with them, its meaning still unclear but its impact undeniable. Serena and Adrian exchanged a glance, their senses heightened as they approached the figure. The underwater world around them seemed to fall into an eerie stillness, as if the very reef had held its breath. With every careful movement, they navigated through the dense kelp, drawn toward the cloaked figure who seemed to beckon them with its presence alone. The robes of the figure glimmered in the dim light, their iridescence catching the fading rays from the surface and reflecting them in shifting patterns of color. The effect was mesmerizing, as though the fabric itself was woven from the essence of the reef, an intricate blend of the natural and the magical. As they drew closer, the figure slowly turned to face them, its movement graceful and deliberate. There was something unnerving in the way the figure's gaze immediately locked onto theirs, as though it had been waiting for their arrival. The robes swirled gently in the current, giving the illusion that the figure was floating rather than standing. However, it was the face that truly captivated them. The hooded cloak obscured much of its features, casting most of its face in shadow, but two piercing, luminous eyes shone through the darkness, glowing faintly like twin stars. The eyes were intense, holding a depth of ancient knowledge, and they seemed to look right through them, as if assessing their very souls. Serena felt a shiver run down her spine, but it wasn't fear that gripped her. It was a strange mix of wonder and foreboding. Adrian, too, stood frozen, captivated by the figure before them. The silence between them stretched, thick with unspoken words, and neither of them dared to speak. The figure, despite its apparent ethereal nature, exuded an undeniable sense of power, and yet, there was a calmness about it that seemed to radiate peace. As they waited for the figure to make the first move, the tension in the water grew, as though the very currents were attuned to the moment. Serena could feel that this encounter was no mere chance. It was something that would alter the course of their journey, something that might hold the key to the deeper mysteries of the reef. The figure's voice broke the silence like a soft, melodic wave rippling through the stillness of the reef. It carried an otherworldly resonance, echoing within the depths of the water, and yet it seemed to reverberate directly in their minds. Serena and Adrian felt the weight of the words before they fully understood their meaning. The voice was both ancient and knowing, as though the figure had lived through countless cycles of time and had seen the rise and fall of empires, the passing of ages, and the shifting tides of destiny. It had a richness that drew them in, almost hypnotic, while simultaneously sending a chill down their spines. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it continued, the phrase carrying a deep, unspoken significance, as if this meeting was not a mere chance encounter but something fated. Adrian's heart raced in response to the figure's words. He exchanged a quick, uncertain glance with Serena, both of them instinctively aware that they were no longer in control of the situation. This wasn't just another challenge or obstacle in the reef, it was something more profound. The figure's statement, "I have been expecting you," only deepened the mystery, implying that their arrival had been anticipated, perhaps even planned. But by whom? And why? The feeling of being drawn into a larger design, something beyond their comprehension, lingered heavily in the water around them. Their mission, their quest for the treasure, suddenly felt much smaller in the face of this revelation. The reef, they now realized, held secrets far older and deeper than they had ever imagined, and this figure might hold the key to unlocking them. Serena stood motionless, trying to process the weight of the figure's words. 1,000 questions flooded her mind, but none seemed right to ask. Instead, she simply nodded, acknowledging the figure's presence. There was a strange peace about it, an undeniable pull that made it impossible to turn away, even as every instinct screamed that they were stepping into a realm beyond their understanding. "Who are you?" she finally asked, her voice steady despite the turbulence of emotions that churned within her. The figure did not immediately respond, instead allowing the silence to stretch for a long moment, as if savoring the tension. The water around them seemed to grow even quieter, the soft glow of the coral and crystals dimming slightly as if waiting for the answer. Adrian's voice broke through the silence, steady but edged with caution. His gaze flickered between Serena and the figure, both uncertain and captivated by the entity before them. The air seemed to thicken, as if the very water around them held its breath, waiting for an answer. Serena, though equally puzzled, found herself holding on to Adrian's steady presence, trusting that his question would help them understand what they were facing. She noticed the way the figure's glowing eyes never left them, unblinking, unwavering. There was something unnerving about the way it watched them, as if it knew their thoughts, their desires, and the very essence of their journey. The atmosphere felt charged, the weight of their shared curiosity and apprehension pressing in from all sides. The figure, unmoved by Adrian's inquiry, seemed to smile beneath its hood, a subtle shift in its posture that exuded both warmth and enigma. Its voice came again, softer this time, but still imbued with that ancient resonance. "I am a guardian of the reef, a keeper of its secrets," it began, the words carrying an almost reverent tone. "I watch over those who seek the truths buried deep within its waters. As for how I know you..." The figure's luminous eyes seemed to glimmer more brightly now, as though drawing in the very essence of the moment. "The currents of fate run through this place, and they have brought you to me. Your paths are intertwined with the magic of this reef, and it is my duty to guide those who have the courage to unlock its mysteries." The figure's words seemed to hold layers of meaning, suggesting not only knowledge of their presence but also of their very purpose here. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the figure's response, the implications of its words settling heavily on his shoulders. "But why us?" he asked, his voice now tinged with both skepticism and wonder. "What makes us so special that you were expecting us?" The question hung in the water, unanswered for a moment, as the figure seemed to consider the depths of their uncertainty. Serena could feel the tension growing, the growing realization that they had stepped into a realm that operated on rules they didn't yet understand. She glanced at Adrian, his expression mirroring her own confusion and unease. The figure, still shrouded in mystery, remained calm and silent for another beat, as if choosing its next words carefully, knowing that what it said next would change everything. The figure's movement was fluid, almost like a ripple through the water. It inclined its head slightly, a gesture so delicate that it seemed to echo the natural ebb and flow of the reef itself. There was an elegance in the motion, an ancient grace that made the being appear as if it were part of the very currents surrounding them. The stillness of the moment was interrupted only by the soft swaying of the kelp and the distant calls of the reef's hidden creatures. Despite the figure's enigmatic presence, there was an underlying warmth in its demeanor that seemed to invite trust. It wasn't the cold, distant energy of a creature bent on manipulation. Instead, there was something deeply attuned to the natural rhythm of the ocean, a sense that this being belonged to the reef in a way no one else did. "I am an old friend of the reef." The figure's voice echoed again, its tone deep and smooth, carrying with it the weight of centuries. The words wrapped around Adrian and Serena like a soft, cryptic melody. "My role is to offer guidance to those who seek to unravel the mysteries of this place." The way the figure spoke suggested a vast understanding, as if it had seen countless travelers pass through the waters, each seeking something different, but all bound by a shared desire to discover the hidden truths beneath the surface. It didn't explain how it knew them or why it had been waiting, but there was a quiet confidence in the way it held itself. This was not an entity that needed to justify its existence, and yet, it seemed more than willing to share its knowledge with those deemed worthy. Adrian and Serena exchanged another glance, this one heavier with the weight of the figure's words. They had come to the reef seeking a treasure, something tangible and valuable, but now it seemed as though they were being drawn into something far more complex, a deeper mystery that transcended their original purpose. The figure's presence suggested that there were layers to the reef, layers they hadn't yet begun to comprehend. It wasn't just a place of treasure and danger. It was a living entity, ancient and wise, and this guardian, this old friend, held the keys to its deepest secrets. Serena felt a strange pull to the figure, a sense that they were standing on the edge of something monumental, something that could alter the course of their journey, and their lives, forever. Serena's heart raced as she took a step forward, her curiosity compelling her to push past the veil of caution that had initially held her back. The weight of their mission, the cursed reef, and the elusive heart of the reef pressed heavily on her mind, and in that moment, the figure before them seemed like the key to unraveling the web of mysteries that surrounded their journey. She didn't fully understand the depth of the situation, but there was something undeniable about the figure's presence, something that suggested it might hold the answers they so desperately sought. Her voice was steady, but her words carried the urgency of their quest. "We are on a quest to break the curse that binds this reef and to uncover the truth behind the heart of the reef. Can you help us?" The question hung in the water, the quietness around them amplifying the significance of her request. Serena felt a surge of vulnerability as she spoke, fully aware that they had just placed their faith in a being they knew little about. Yet, in the presence of this ethereal figure, her instincts told her that there was something more at play here, something that connected the guardian of the reef to their mission in ways they hadn't yet begun to understand. The current seemed to still in anticipation, and she held her breath, waiting for the figure's response, hoping it would provide clarity, or at least a glimpse into the next step of their journey. The figure did not immediately answer, its luminous eyes studying them with an intensity that felt like it was searching their very souls. For a long moment, the only sound was the soft ebb and flow of water around them, the sway of the kelp, and the distant hum of the reef's magical heartbeat. Then, slowly, the figure spoke, its voice as calm and deep as the ocean itself. The curse that binds this reef is older than the stones upon which it rests, and the heart of the reef is no mere treasure. It is a force, a living pulse that sustains this place. The figure's words seem to weave through the water, heavy with meaning. I can help you, but be warned, what you seek is not without its price. The heart is not something to be claimed lightly. The weight of the figure's warning settled over Serena and Adrian, and the journey ahead suddenly felt even more perilous, as if they were stepping into an unknown that would challenge not just their skills but their very understanding of the reef and its power. The figure's eyes, luminous and ancient, glimmered with a knowing light as it spoke, as though the very essence of the reef's mysteries were contained within them. It was clear that the figure held far more knowledge than it had let on, and with a slight tilt of its head, it regarded them as if they were both a puzzle and a prophecy, each step of their journey already written in the currents of time. Ah, the curse and the heart, it continued, its voice now rich with understanding, like the murmur of the deep sea itself. These are indeed entwined, and your journey is significant. The weight of the words hung between them, thick with meaning, but the figure didn't pause to elaborate further. Instead, it allowed the silence to stretch, creating a tension that seemed to press in on the space around them. The very water around them felt charged with the significance of the figure's words, as if the reef itself was listening. Serena and Adrian exchanged uncertain glances, their minds racing to process the gravity of what they had just heard. The figure's cryptic statement only deepened the mystery of their quest. The idea that the curse and the heart were bound together in ways they didn't fully understand was not entirely surprising, but the figure's warning sent an unsettling chill through Serena's chest. She could feel the weight of the unknown pressing in, a sense that the deeper they delved into the reef's heart, the more they would be faced with choices that carried consequences far beyond their current comprehension. They were no longer merely uncovering a treasure, they were entangled in something far older and more complex, a force that transcended their original intentions. The figure's voice dropped lower, almost a whisper against the gentle sway of the kelp, as it imparted its final warning. But be warned, the path you walk is fraught with danger and deception. The words seemed to ripple through the water, each one carrying a chill that seeped into Serena's bones. It wasn't just the physical dangers of the reef that they had to fear. There were deeper forces at play, forces that would test not just their physical endurance, but their trust in each other and their ability to discern truth from illusion. The figure's eyes locked onto Serena's, a piercing gaze that seemed to look right through her, and she felt as though it was seeing something within her, something she hadn't fully acknowledged yet. The sense of foreboding only grew stronger, and despite the figure's calm demeanor, Serena knew that their quest was no longer a simple adventure. It was a trial of heart and mind, one that would demand far more than they had initially expected. Adrian's curiosity surged, and the weight of the figure's warning pushed him to press further. His gaze remained fixed on the mysterious being, the faint glow of the water casting shifting shadows over its form. The words danger and deception echoed in his mind, stirring a deep unease within him. He took a small step forward, his voice steady despite the apprehension that twisted in his stomach. "What kind of danger?" he asked, his tone tinged with both urgency and caution. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was a pivotal moment in their journey, one that could define not only the success of their quest but their very survival. "And how can we break the curse?" His question lingered in the water, heavy with the weight of all they had sacrificed to come this far, and he couldn't afford to leave anything to chance. There was something more here, something crucial that they needed to understand. The figure seemed to consider his words carefully, as though weighing the best way to answer without revealing too much. Its eyes shimmered with an almost predatory gleam, as if it were aware of the tension in the air. Slowly it spoke again, its voice both calm and foreboding, carrying a quiet power that seemed to resonate deep within their bones. "The danger you face is not just from the reef itself, but from those who seek to control it. The curse was not placed by chance, it was a deliberate act, a binding of power that has since grown corrupt. The heart of the reef is the source of both its life and its suffering. To break the curse, you must understand the heart's true nature, and the choices you make will shape the future of this place." The figure's words were a riddle, their meaning hidden within layers of implication, and Adrian could feel the intensity of its gaze as if the being were testing him, gauging his readiness for the truths it was about to reveal. Serena stood quietly beside Adrian, her mind racing to keep up with the implications of the figure's words. She knew their mission was no simple task, but now it seemed that the cost of failure was far greater than they had imagined. The reef was not merely a place to explore, it was a living, breathing entity, and the heart, the source of all its power, was a force to be reckoned with. She felt the gravity of the situation settle heavily on her shoulders, and despite the figure's calmness, a sense of foreboding began to take root. The stakes were no longer just about breaking a curse. It was about understanding the nature of the magic that bound the reef, and whether they had the strength to face what they would uncover. "How do we understand the heart's true nature?" she asked, her voice calm but filled with determination, eager to learn whatever the figure was willing to share. The figure raised a gloved hand slowly, and as it did, the surrounding water seemed to ripple in response, bending around its movements with an almost hypnotic grace. The light from the magical crystals above flickered, casting an eerie glow that seemed to deepen the mystery of the figure's words. Serena and Adrian watched intently, the air between them thick with anticipation. The figure's presence felt even more imposing now, its every action deliberate and filled with hidden significance. When it spoke again, its voice was low but carried an undeniable weight, reverberating through the water like an ancient chant. "To break the curse, you must first understand the true nature of the heart of the reef. The curse is not merely a chain, it is a manifestation of an imbalance that has endured for centuries." Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the words. A curse tied to an imbalance was not what he had expected. He had thought of the heart as some source of immense power, something they could unlock or destroy. But now, it seemed that the heart was not just an object to be manipulated, it was a living part of the reef itself, and the curse was a reflection of something deeper, something fundamental that had gone wrong. The more he listened, the more he felt as though they were standing on the edge of a vast chasm, unsure of what lay beneath. "An imbalance?" he echoed, trying to understand. "What kind of imbalance are we talking about? And how does the heart fit into all of this?" His mind raced with questions, but the answers eluded him. The figure's eyes glinted with a mixture of wisdom and sorrow, as if it had seen this imbalance unfold over countless cycles. "The heart of the reef is not a simple artifact," it explained, its voice deepening with a gravitas that seemed to carry centuries of knowledge. "It is the pulse of this place, the source of its magic and life. But over time, forces both external and internal have corrupted its flow. The curse you face is the result of this corruption, an attempt to bind and contain something that was never meant to be restrained. Until the imbalance is addressed, the heart will remain tainted, and the reef will continue to suffer." There was a pause as the figure seemed to gather its thoughts, the weight of what it had said settling into the water like a stone. Serena felt the depth of the figure's words in her chest, a new understanding beginning to take root. The heart and the curse were part of a much larger cycle, one that they were now irrevocably entwined in. The figure's voice softened, becoming even more enigmatic, its tone laced with mystery and ancient knowledge. The water around them seemed to absorb the words as they were spoken, the very currents carrying them deeper into the heart of the reef. "The heart of the reef holds the essence of both creation and destruction," the figure continued, its words resonating with a profound weight. "It is the wellspring from which the reef's power flows, both a force of life and a force of ruin. The balance between these opposing forces has been disrupted, and until it is restored, the curse will persist." The figure paused, allowing the gravity of its statement to sink in. The heart was not just a symbol of life, but also of potential devastation. Its power was both beautiful and terrifying, an inherent duality that they would need to understand if they were to succeed in their mission. Adrian and Serena exchanged glances, their minds racing with the implications of what they had just learned. Creation and destruction, bound together within the heart, it was a concept that seemed both unfathomable and dangerously real. If they were to have any hope of breaking the curse, they would need to understand how to restore the delicate balance between these forces. But how? The figure's next words brought clarity, though they only deepened the mystery. "To restore balance, it said, its gaze sharpening with purpose. You must seek out the 4 keys, artifacts of immense power scattered across the reef. Each key represents a different element of the heart's power. Only by uniting them can you hope to dispel the curse and restore harmony. The path ahead was becoming clearer, but it was fraught with complexity and peril. The notion of the 4 keys sent a shiver through Serena. They were no longer simply searching for one object, but 4, each with its own unique significance, scattered across the vast and dangerous expanse of the reef. She felt the weight of the task settling heavily on her shoulders, but there was also a flicker of determination. She and Adrian had already overcome so much together. Now, they would have to face even greater trials. The keys were the key to everything: the curse, the heart, and the reef itself. But their journey was not just one of discovery. It was a race against time. Where do we begin? Serena asked, her voice steady but tinged with an edge of urgency. The figure's eyes gleamed as if prepared to answer, and for the first time, Serena felt a stirring sense of both dread and hope. Serena and Adrian listened intently, their minds focused on every word the figure spoke. The cryptic nature of its advice only deepened the gravity of their mission. The notion of seeking the 4 keys scattered across the reef felt like a daunting challenge, but it also brought a renewed sense of purpose. The weight of the curse and the fate of the reef rested heavily on their shoulders, and they knew they could not afford to waste time. They were no longer just explorers. They were the last hope for restoring balance to this enchanted place. As the figure's silence stretched on, Serena's resolve solidified. She straightened her posture, a spark of determination lighting her eyes. "Where can we find these keys?" she asked, her voice unwavering, though tinged with the urgency of their quest. This was the moment they had been waiting for. The path forward was being revealed, and she was ready to take the first step, no matter the cost. The figure's eyes seemed to glow with an otherworldly wisdom, as though it knew the exact weight of Serena's words. Its head tilted slightly, considering her question with an eerie calmness. The water around them grew still, as if the very reef was holding its breath. "The keys are not easily found," the figure answered, its voice soft yet filled with an undeniable power. "They are hidden within the most treacherous and mysterious corners of the reef, each one guarded by the forces that once shaped the heart's power. The first key lies beneath the shifting sands, a place where the ground itself moves in unpredictable ways. The second is protected by the tempest guardians, creatures of air and water that can summon storms. The third key is bound within the coral labyrinth, a maze of living stone that shifts as if it has a mind of its own. And the final key, it lies at the heart of the abyssal depths, where light does not reach and where darkness seeks to swallow all." The figure's words hung in the water like a heavy fog, painting a picture of the immense dangers that awaited them. Adrian's heart pounded as the figure spoke, the enormity of their task beginning to sink in. The locations of the keys sounded like places from a nightmare, each one more dangerous than the last. The shifting sands, the tempest guardians, the coral labyrinth, and the abyssal depths, these were not places for the faint of heart. But as he exchanged a glance with Serena, he saw the same determination in her eyes that he felt in his own chest. They had come this far together, and they would face these trials just as they had faced every challenge before. "We can do this," Adrian muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. "We've faced tough odds before, and we'll face these too." Serena nodded, a quiet affirmation in her eyes as she turned back to the figure. They had no other choice but to press forward, their bond and the weight of their mission guiding them through the dark waters ahead. The figure's gaze shifted, drifting across the water surrounding them, its eyes reflecting the soft, shimmering light of the magical reef. The water, once calm and steady, seemed to pulse in response, as if the very currents were alive with meaning. The figure's voice, low and deliberate, broke the silence that had settled around them. "The keys are hidden in places of great significance," it said, its tone carrying an almost reverential weight. "Each key lies in a location tied to the heart's ancient power, and each location holds its own set of challenges and secrets." The figure's eyes glinted with the knowledge of what awaited Serena and Adrian, its cryptic words hanging in the water, filling the space with an unspoken tension. The stakes of their mission had just grown immeasurable, and every word the figure spoke only description of the first two locations seemed almost impossibly difficult. One lies in the depths where light fades, the figure continued, its voice turning almost wistful, as though recalling a time long past. It is a place where shadows reign and the waters grow cold, where even the bravest dare not venture. The thought of searching the deep, lightless abyss sent a chill down Serena's spine. The second key, it seemed, was tied to an ancient city, its ruins scattered across the ocean floor. The ruins of an ancient city, the figure elaborated, are steeped in history and lost knowledge. They are hidden beneath layers of sand and time, guarded by the echoes of those who once thrived there. What remains is a maze of forgotten streets, where the living are not always welcome. The weight of the task seemed almost unbearable, but Serena and Adrian knew they had no choice. They would face these dangers, no matter what. Adrian, ever the strategist, felt the burden of the challenges ahead pressing down on him. The remaining two locations were no less daunting. The third key lies in the domain of the sea's fiercest guardians, the figure said, its voice growing even softer, like a warning. Creatures that have lived for centuries, born from the depths to protect the ancient secrets of the ocean. To approach them is to face the wrath of nature itself. The thought of battling these guardians seemed like a nightmare in itself, but it was the last location that truly took Adrian by surprise. The last key, the figure said, its tone heavy with finality, lies in the heart of a storm. A place where the fury of the sea collides with the rage of the sky, a tempest unlike any other. Serena's breath caught in her throat, her mind struggling to process the enormity of their task. They had come this far, but the true trials had only just begun. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the weight of the figure's words. The locations of the keys seemed so vast and treacherous, each one more daunting than the last. He exchanged a glance with Serena, both of them grappling with the uncertainty of how they would even begin to find such powerful artifacts. "How will we know when we've found the keys?" he asked, his voice tinged with both concern and curiosity. The question hung in the water between them, carrying a sense of urgency. If they were to embark on this impossible-seeming quest, they would need more than just a general sense of direction. They would need guidance, something to help them recognize the keys when they encountered them, amidst the dangers and confusion of the reef's labyrinthine wonders. The figure's eyes, glowing faintly with ancient knowledge, seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the reef, its gaze unwavering. It tilted its head slightly, as though contemplating the best way to answer such a question. "The keys," the figure began, its voice calm but firm, "will not reveal themselves easily. They are bound to the very essence of the heart of the reef, and only those truly attuned to its magic can perceive them for what they are. When you are near one of the keys, you will feel a pull, a subtle but unmistakable sensation that calls to your very core. The air will feel charged, as if the waters around you are alive with energy. You will know, instinctively, that you are standing on the threshold of something great, something ancient." The figure paused, its gaze turning toward the shifting waters, as if reflecting on the countless seekers who had ventured into the reef's depths before. Adrian and Serena absorbed the figure's words, understanding the weight of what was being conveyed. The keys were not simple artifacts that could be discovered through conventional means. They were woven into the very fabric of the reef's magic. Finding them would require not just physical effort but an attunement to the forces that had shaped the heart and the entire reef. "Trust your instincts when you are near the keys," the figure continued, its voice now a soft whisper. "The magic will guide you, and when you stand before one, you will know. But remember, the trials are not just external. They will test your inner strength, your resolve, and your ability to remain true to your mission." Adrian felt a shiver run down his spine, knowing that this journey would demand everything from them. But despite the uncertainty, there was a flicker of hope in his heart, knowing that they would not face these trials alone. Together, they would find the keys, and together, they would face whatever the reef had in store for them. The figure's lips curved into a faint smile, a mysterious yet reassuring gesture that seemed to soften the air around them. The smile, though subtle, held an undeniable warmth, as if to offer comfort in the face of the daunting journey ahead. "The keys will reveal themselves when you are ready," the figure said, its voice filled with quiet confidence. Trust in your journey and each other. The path may be fraught with peril, but remember that your bond is a source of strength. The words hung in the water like a gentle current, carrying with them an unspoken promise. There was something profoundly calming in the figure's demeanor, a reminder that despite the obstacles they would face, their connection would be their anchor. The reef, with all its dangers, could be overcome with the right balance of courage and trust. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look, their determination solidifying with each word the figure spoke. It was clear that their journey would test not only their skills and endurance, but their ability to remain united through every trial. The figure's reassurance about their bond resonated deeply with both of them. They had already learned to rely on each other's strengths, but hearing it from this enigmatic being gave the words more weight. Seek the keys with courage and wisdom. The figure continued, its tone gentle yet imbued with authority. And you will find what you need. Serena felt a renewed sense of clarity wash over her. They had come this far, relying on their wits, their resolve, and the trust they shared. Now, it seemed, they needed to trust even more in what they had built between them. The figure's final words lingered in the still waters, like a spell woven into the currents themselves. Your journey is just beginning, it said, the faint glow of its robes casting an ethereal light around them. But know this, you are not alone, and the keys will be revealed in their time. What matters now is how you approach the path ahead. Seek with an open heart and a steady hand, and you will find your way. With that, the figure seemed to dissolve into the mist of the reef, leaving Adrian and Serena in the eerie silence of the underwater world. The weight of their mission had not lessened, but the reassurance they felt from the figure's words gave them a sense of purpose and clarity. As they stood together, the bond between them seemed stronger than ever, and the promise of the keys, though still distant, now felt within reach. They were ready to face whatever lay ahead. With those final words, the figure began to fade, their form dissolving into the surrounding kelp as if they were becoming one with the very water itself. The soft shimmer of their robes blended seamlessly with the light filtering through the water, making it almost impossible to tell where the figure ended and the reef began. It was as though the mysterious being was not a separate entity, but an integral part of the magical landscape that surrounded them. The kelp swayed gently in the current, and for a moment, it felt as though the figure had never been there at all, leaving only the faintest echo of their presence in the water's stillness. As the figure's form continued to dissipate, their voice lingered, soft and reverberating like a distant wave. May the currents guide you, they said, the words filled with a quiet yet profound blessing. The sound echoed through the water, wrapping around Adrian and Serena like a whispered promise, a reminder that they were not alone in their journey. The currents, once mere obstacles to navigate, now seemed to carry a deeper meaning. The figure's words, though simple, held weight, a prayer for safe passage and guidance through the trials ahead. The water around them shimmered with an almost imperceptible glow, as if the very reef was responding to the figure's blessing. For a long moment, the two stood in silence, the echoes of the figure's voice still resonating in the water. The surrounding kelp forest, once dense and mysterious, now seemed to part, revealing a clearer path forward. The air felt charged, as though the reef itself was shifting in response to the figure's departure, leaving Adrian and Serena with a sense of purpose and renewed determination. Their quest, though daunting, now felt more real than ever. They turned toward each other, the weight of the journey ahead settling in, but with it came a quiet confidence. With the figure's blessing still echoing in their minds, they knew that the currents, both literal and metaphorical, would guide them, and they were ready to face whatever lay ahead. Adrian and Serena stood in the stillness of the underwater world, the weight of the figure's cryptic advice pressing down on them. The gentle sway of the kelp around them seemed almost too calm in contrast to the swirl of thoughts racing through their minds. The figure's words had painted a clearer, though no less daunting, picture of the path ahead. The 4 keys, each tied to an elemental force of the heart of the reef, now held the key to breaking the curse that bound this place. But the challenges that lay in their wake were still clouded in mystery, leaving both of them with a sense of uncertainty about what exactly they were about to face. Despite the clarity of the figure's guidance, the journey ahead seemed fraught with complexities. and they could not help but wonder how much more they would need to sacrifice in the pursuit of their goal. The revelation of the 4 keys and their locations had provided a new sense of direction, but with it came an overwhelming sense of responsibility. The idea of seeking out these powerful artifacts felt daunting, each one hidden in treacherous corners of the reef, guarded by forces beyond their understanding. The puzzle had shifted, and now, rather than a single goal, they were tasked with the pursuit of 4 separate but interconnected objectives. The clue about the keys' locations painted vivid, almost impossible scenes: the depths where light fades, the ruins of an ancient city, the domain of the fiercest guardians, and the heart of a storm. Each place seemed more perilous than the last, as if the reef itself was testing their resolve at every turn. They exchanged a glance, both of them aware that they were no longer merely exploring this magical world. They were now playing a part in its ancient history, with a mission that could shape its future. Yet, in the midst of the growing uncertainty, there was also a quiet sense of purpose that began to form between them. The figure's advice had underscored the importance of their bond and their shared journey, something they both instinctively understood but had not fully acknowledged until now. It wasn't just the power of the keys they would need, it was the strength of their partnership that would see them through. They knew that they would have to rely on each other in ways they hadn't yet imagined. Serena's mind raced with strategies, the weight of their mission grounding her in the present, while Adrian's thoughts drifted to the immense responsibility they carried. But despite the enormity of the task before them, they both understood one thing clearly: they were in this together, and together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Adrian's voice cut through the silence, steady and resolute, as he spoke the words that shifted their focus back to the task at hand. "We have our next steps," he said, his tone filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The weight of the figure's advice still hung in the air, but now it felt less like a burden and more like a call to action. The revelation of the 4 keys had provided clarity, but the road ahead would be far from easy. Finding these powerful artifacts was no longer just a distant possibility. It was their immediate priority, and each step they took from here would bring them closer to breaking the curse that had trapped the reef in an endless cycle of imbalance. Adrian's voice held a quiet determination, the gravity of their quest settling in with each word. Serena nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly as she absorbed the magnitude of Adrian's words. The idea of tracking down the 4 keys felt daunting, but it also stirred a sense of urgency in her chest. These artifacts were more than just relics. They were the linchpins of the reef's fate, and without them, the curse would remain unbroken. "We need to prepare ourselves for the challenges ahead," Adrian continued, his gaze meeting hers with a sense of shared understanding. Serena could feel the weight of the mission pressing down on her, but it was not a burden she would carry alone. Each clue about the keys, their locations and the forces guarding them, would test not only their physical and mental endurance but their ability to stay united in the face of adversity. The task was clear now, but the uncertainty of the challenges ahead still loomed. They both knew that the journey would demand everything from them, testing their limits and their trust in each other. But there was also something undeniably motivating about the path they had ahead of them. Serena felt the fire of resolve ignite within her. The magical reef, with its mysteries and dangers, had a life of its own, and they had only just begun to scratch the surface. But with Adrian by her side, she knew they could navigate whatever the reef threw their way. They would face every trial, every twist in the path, as one. And though the road ahead was unclear, one thing was certain: together, they would find the keys and restore balance to the heart of the reef. Serena nodded, her expression firm and unwavering as the weight of their mission settled deeper within her. The task ahead was immense, the challenges they would face both physical and mental, but there was no hesitation in her words. "Yes, we must seek out the keys and unlock their power," she said, her voice steady as she surveyed the path before them. The cryptic clues about the keys, their locations, their significance, and the dangers they guarded, had given them direction, but the uncertainty of the trials still loomed large. However, the clarity of their purpose gave her a sense of strength, as though every step they took from here would bring them closer to restoring balance to the reef. Serena's eyes met Adrian's, and for a moment she found herself silently reaffirming the bond between them. It was a connection that could help them face whatever obstacles lay in their path. The journey will be difficult, Serena continued, her gaze steady on the horizon, where the vast expanse of the reef stretched out before them, shimmering under the filtered sunlight. There was no denying the perilous nature of their quest. Each of the keys was hidden in a place of great significance, and they would have to traverse dangerous waters to find them. But despite the fear that might have gripped her at the thought of what lay ahead, Serena felt an undeniable resolve building within her. With each trial they had faced thus far, they had learned to rely on one another, their partnership growing stronger. They had survived the reef's enchantments and its mysteries together, and now they would face its most formidable challenges as one. The path might be fraught with danger, but they had something that many did not, each other. Serena's voice softened, but the conviction in it remained unshaken. But we have each other and the guidance we've received, she added, her words a reminder of the strength that came from their shared journey. The figure's cryptic message had provided them with a map of sorts, a path to follow, but it was their trust in one another that would see them through the hardest trials. Serena knew they would need more than just the information they had gathered. They would need their bond, their courage, and their unwavering belief in the mission they had set out to complete. With a final glance at Adrian, Serena felt a sense of peace settle over her. They were ready. Together, they would unlock the power of the keys and restore the balance that the reef so desperately needed. As they set off toward the first location where the key was rumored to be hidden, the encounter with the mysterious figure still lingered in their minds, offering both clarity and a renewed sense of purpose. The figure's cryptic words had provided them with a clear goal: find the 4 keys and unlock their power to break the curse that bound the reef. The urgency of their mission weighed heavily on them, for they knew time was not on their side. Yet, in the midst of the uncertainty that surrounded them, there was a sense of resolve that had settled between them. The knowledge that the path was now laid out, even if the steps to take were unclear, gave them a foundation to build on. Adrian and Serena knew that the road ahead would be treacherous, but they also knew they were not alone. Together, they were ready to face the unknown, no matter the cost. The trials they would face in search of the keys would test their limits, both physically and emotionally. Serena's mind raced with the challenges that lay ahead, but she also felt a deepening trust in Adrian, something that had grown with every shared victory and every moment of vulnerability. Each step they took would not only draw them closer to the magical artifacts, but also further entwine their fates. The bond they had forged would be crucial, for the dangers of the reef were not just external. They were tied to the very forces they were seeking to control. Yet, as daunting as the path was, there was also a sense of anticipation. With each new clue they uncovered, they were one step closer to breaking the curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. With the promise of new insights and discoveries ahead, Adrian and Serena pressed forward, their hearts aligned in purpose. The figure's parting words had reminded them that their connection was not just an emotional bond, it was also a source of strength. Together, they would navigate the complexities of the reef, the dangers of the trial-filled journey, and the mysteries of the keys. As the light from the underwater sun danced on the water's surface, and the ancient reef whispered around them, Adrian and Serena were filled with a quiet but unwavering determination. They had a shared mission now, and nothing would deter them. With courage in their hearts and trust in each other, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their quest to restore balance and break the curse that had bound the magical reef for so long. Chapter 19: A Hidden Path. Adrian and Serena moved through the magical reef with a renewed sense of purpose, their every step echoing the gravity of their mission. The advice from the cloaked figure still echoed in their minds, a constant reminder that the task before them was not just a quest, it was a challenge that would test their limits, their resolve, and the strength of their bond. The reef itself seemed alive, an ever-shifting labyrinth of coral and water that whispered secrets in its currents. The maze-like paths twisted around them, each turn revealing new wonders and dangers. Though they had faced countless trials, they now knew the true depth of their journey: to find the 4 keys, ancient artifacts imbued with immense power, and break the curse that held the reef captive. With every new turn, their connection grew stronger, each challenge strengthening their unity and their belief that they were on the right path, even if they couldn't yet see the end. Their singular focus on finding the keys sharpened their determination, the weight of their task pressing upon them like the very water that surrounded them. The first lead had brought them to a bioluminescent kelp forest, where the water was thick with shimmering green tendrils, and the soft light from above barely cut through the dense canopy. Shadows danced in every corner, stretching long and unnerving, as the forest seemed to hide its secrets deep within the tangled kelp. Serena's sharp eyes swept the environment, every sense alert to any subtle changes in the water or the strange shifts in the currents. Adrian, too, was on edge, his attention drawn to the tiniest disturbances in the water. Something was moving, something was watching them. The first key was close, they both felt it, though they couldn't yet pinpoint where it lay hidden. The journey ahead would demand everything from them, but they were prepared for the challenge. As they continued deeper into the kelp forest, the reef seemed to pulse with a life force of its own, as if it was reacting to their presence. The very water around them seemed to hum with energy, guiding them, testing them. They could feel the weight of the task ahead pressing down on them, and yet, there was a strange sense of peace in the urgency. They knew each key was hidden in a place of great significance, each one representing a trial that would push them beyond their limits. The reef was not simply a barrier, it was a living puzzle, offering them trials that would require not just physical strength, but wisdom, patience, and trust in each other. As they journeyed deeper, a quiet strength grew between them, a bond forged by their shared purpose in the trials they had already faced together. They were not just individuals on a quest, they were a team, united in their resolve to find the keys and restore balance to the reef. With each passing moment, their resolve solidified. They knew the challenges ahead would be fierce, but they had become more than the sum of their parts. Serena and Adrian were no longer just two souls seeking answers. They were partners in every sense of the word. The bond they shared had deepened, forged by the fires of adversity and tempered by the unspoken understanding between them. The first key was still hidden, waiting for them to uncover it, but they were ready for whatever came next. The path would not be easy, and the journey would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine, but together, they were certain they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. Their hearts beat in unison, guided by the mysterious forces of the reef, and with each step they took, they were closer to breaking the curse and restoring the balance that had been lost for so long. The underwater landscape surrounding them was nothing short of breathtaking, a maze of vibrant coral reefs, luminescent anemones, and mysterious flora that swayed gently with the current. Every corner revealed new and awe-inspiring sights, schools of colorful fish darting through towering coral structures, while the deep blues and greens of the water shimmered in the soft light from above. Yet, today, their attention was focused on something more specific, something that lay hidden beneath the beauty of the reef. The signs they had discovered, a series of ancient symbols carved into the coral and fragments of time-worn maps, had led them here, to a section of the reef that few had ventured into. These subtle clues spoke of something far greater than the reef's natural wonder, a hidden path that could lead them closer to their goal. As they moved deeper into the reef, the water seemed to grow darker, and the surrounding coral formations more dense and intimidating. The once calm, inviting landscape now felt like a labyrinth, with twisting passages and shadowy alcoves that seemed to close in around them. The ancient symbols they had found earlier now guided their every step, their shapes becoming clearer as they followed the faint glow of bioluminescent plants that dotted the seafloor. Serena's eyes were sharp, scanning the rocky surfaces for any other markings that might confirm their suspicions. Adrian, too, kept a vigilant watch, aware that every twist of the coral could hide a trap or another clue, waiting to be uncovered. The further they ventured, the more it seemed as if the reef itself was watching them, reacting to their presence with an eerie, almost sentient awareness. Despite the growing sense of unease, there was an undeniable excitement in the air. They were on the brink of discovering something monumental, a path that had remained hidden for centuries. The clues they had uncovered were no longer cryptic fragments. They were a map to something larger, something that could hold the key to breaking the curse that had long bound the reef. The deeper they went, the more the landscape changed, with the coral formations becoming less vibrant and more jagged, the once friendly surroundings now taking on a more foreboding appearance. The pressure of the water around them increased slightly, adding to the tension that seemed to build with each passing moment. But neither Adrian nor Serena hesitated. They pressed forward, their shared determination driving them onward. The signs grew more distinct as they ventured deeper, guiding them toward what they hoped would be the heart of the mystery they sought to unravel. The faint light from above cast long, distorted shadows, and the once familiar surroundings now seemed unfamiliar, as though they had entered a realm untouched by time. They reached a narrow passage framed by towering coral structures, their surfaces etched with more symbols, this time more intricate and precise. Serena stopped, her heart racing as she traced the markings with her fingers, confirming that they were in the right place. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, the weight of the moment settling on him. They were no longer just exploring the reef. They were uncovering its secrets, and with every step, they were getting closer to finding the hidden path that would lead them to their next crucial discovery. As they swam cautiously through the dense kelp forest, the environment around them began to change in subtle but unmistakable ways. The kelp, which had been a deep green and thick with shadow, seemed to take on a golden hue as the light from above penetrated further than it had before. Adrian, ever attuned to the nuances of their surroundings, noticed the shift first. The water carried a newfound warmth, a gentle current brushing against his skin in contrast to the cooler depths they had traversed earlier. It was as if the ocean itself had decided to welcome them into a secret, sacred space. He glanced toward Serena, his voice soft but filled with curiosity as it echoed in the water. "Serena, do you feel that?" he asked, his movements slowing as he tried to decipher the significance of the change. Serena paused mid-stroke, her gaze shifting around their shimmering surroundings. She nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "I do," she replied, her voice tinged with both wonder and caution. "It's like the water here is alive in a different way, more vibrant, almost like it's guiding us." Her eyes followed the golden shafts of light that filtered through the swaying fronds of kelp, illuminating their path in an almost deliberate manner. The warmth seemed to radiate from the very heart of the forest, an unspoken invitation to venture deeper. Yet, Serena couldn't shake the feeling that this shift, while beautiful, also carried an underlying tension. "We should stay alert," she added, her hand brushing against the hilt of the small blade she carried for safety. The reef had taught them that beauty often masked danger, and they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The pair continued forward, the kelp forest transforming into a surreal landscape of glowing light and rippling currents. Each step, or rather each stroke, felt deliberate, the space around them alive with energy. Schools of tiny, luminescent fish darted between the strands of kelp, their movements synchronized as if responding to an unseen rhythm. Adrian and Serena couldn't help but marvel at the sight, but the changes in the environment also deepened their sense of unease. "It's almost like we've crossed into a different part of the reef," Adrian murmured, his voice thoughtful. "Do you think this could be a sign we're getting closer to something important?" His question hung in the air, heavy with possibility. Serena's only response was a determined nod, her focus shifting to the faint, distant glow that seemed to pulse ahead of them, drawing them further into the forest. As they approached the source of the glow, the water grew warmer still, almost uncomfortably so, and the light intensified. The currents around them shifted unpredictably, swirling in patterns that seemed purposeful, as if testing their resolve. The kelp forest began to thin, the fronds giving way to a clearing surrounded by towering coral structures that gleamed with an otherworldly luminescence. Adrian and Serena exchanged a glance, a shared understanding passing between them. They had entered a place of significance, one that might hold answers, or challenges, they could not yet foresee. Though the beauty of the space was undeniable, a quiet tension filled the water around them, a reminder that their journey was as much about facing the unknown as it was about uncovering hidden truths. Together, they swam forward, their determination unwavering, ready for whatever lay ahead. Serena's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the shifting environment around them, her senses heightened by the subtle changes in the reef. The water had grown warmer, the light richer, and the currents more unpredictable, as though the ocean itself was responding to their presence. "Yes," she said quietly, her voice steady but tinged with caution. "There's something different about this area." It feels significant. Her gaze lingered on the golden light filtering through the dense kelp, casting intricate patterns on the seabed. The air, or rather the water, felt charged, as if they had crossed an unseen threshold into a place where the mundane rules of the reef no longer applied. She adjusted the strap of her gear, her posture resolute. "We should investigate further," she added, a mix of determination and curiosity flashing in her eyes. Adrian nodded in agreement, his own instincts affirming Serena's observation. "I feel it too," he replied, his tone thoughtful. The reef had always been alive in ways either of them fully understood, but here, it felt almost sentient. The way the currents shifted, the peculiar warmth in the water, and the golden glow that seemed to beckon them forward, it all spoke of something ancient and powerful. As they swam deeper into the mysterious space, Adrian couldn't help but feel a sense of both awe and trepidation. His hand brushed against the hilt of the small knife strapped to his leg, a subconscious gesture that betrayed his cautious nature. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it would demand both their wits and their courage. The kelp forest around them began to change, the dense fronds thinning to reveal towering coral formations etched with faint, glowing symbols. These markings, ancient and intricate, seemed to pulse faintly, as though reacting to their presence. Serena moved closer to one of the coral structures, her fingers grazing the smooth, glowing surface. "These symbols," she murmured, her voice laced with wonder. "They're not natural. Someone, or something, created them." The realization sent a thrill through her, but it also raised questions. Who had marked this place, and why? She turned to Adrian, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "This could be a clue," she said, "or a warning." As they pressed further, the sense of significance Serena had first noticed grew stronger. The path before them seemed deliberate, as though it had been shaped to lead them to something hidden, something vital. The currents swirled around them in purposeful patterns, almost guiding their movements. Yet, the beauty of their surroundings couldn't erase the tension in the water. It was as if the reef itself was testing their resolve, challenging them to prove their worth before revealing its secrets. Serena and Adrian exchanged a glance, their mutual understanding unspoken but clear. Whatever this place was, it held answers they desperately needed. With a deep breath, Serena tightened her grip on her equipment and gestured forward, silently urging Adrian to follow. Together, they ventured into the unknown, ready to uncover the truths that lay hidden in the heart of the magical reef. They swam closer, the gentle current almost coaxing them toward the imposing rock formation. It loomed ahead, partially hidden by a riot of vibrant marine life, corals in shades of crimson and gold intertwined with seaweed that swayed like ethereal banners. The water felt charged with an almost magnetic energy, urging them forward. Serena's sharp gaze locked onto an unusual detail amidst the natural beauty. Her hand shot out, gesturing toward an intricate arrangement of coral and stone that didn't seem random. "Look at this," she said, her voice hushed but insistent. Adrian followed her line of sight to see what she was pointing at, a series of symbols etched into the rock face, faintly glowing in the dim, underwater light. "These symbols," she continued, her tone thick with realization, "they match the ones we saw back in the cavern." Adrian swam closer, his curiosity overriding his initial caution. He traced the edges of one of the symbols with his gloved hand, feeling its smooth, deliberate grooves. "You're right," he said, his voice filled with awe. "It's the same craftsmanship, the same language. Whoever created the cavern must have had a hand in this, too." The patterns were intricate and geometric, almost otherworldly in their precision. But as he studied them further, Adrian's brow furrowed. "These symbols, they look like they're meant to convey something. A map, maybe? Or a warning?" The realization added a layer of urgency to their exploration. Whatever secrets this place held, they were drawing closer to the truth, or to danger. Serena's mind raced as she examined the symbols, trying to decipher their meaning. The arrangement seemed deliberate, as if telling a story or pointing to something significant. "If this is connected to the cavern," she said, her voice steady but tinged with excitement, "then it might be another part of the path to the first key. But why leave it out here in the open?" Her fingers grazed a cluster of coral that framed one of the carvings, the texture rough against her gloves. It's almost as if it's been left here as a marker, a way to test if we're on the right track. The thought was both thrilling and unnerving. If they were being guided, who or what was leading them? The currents swirled around them with more intent now, tugging gently at their movements as though urging them to take the next step. The water seemed alive, humming with an energy neither of them could fully understand. Adrian turned to Serena, his expression a mix of determination and caution. "If this is a marker, then there's more to it," he said, his voice low but firm. "We need to figure out what these symbols are pointing to before we move on." Serena nodded, her own resolve mirrored in his eyes. Together, they began to piece together the mystery of the etched symbols, their movements deliberate and synchronized as they worked. Around them, the reef pulsed with a quiet anticipation, as though holding its breath, waiting to reveal its secrets to those worthy of uncovering them. Adrian leaned in, his gloved fingers hovering just above the etched symbols as he examined them with intense focus. The patterns were intricate, each line and curve seemingly deliberate, forming a sequence that hinted at more than just decoration. "This could be a key to finding the hidden path," he said, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. He traced the edges of one symbol with his finger, careful not to disturb the coral growing near its base. The faint glow of the carvings reflected in his eyes as he began to piece together possible meanings. "Let's see if we can decipher them," he added, casting a glance at Serena, who was already scanning the surrounding area for additional clues. Serena moved to the other side of the formation, her eyes narrowing as she spotted more symbols partially obscured by a curtain of swaying kelp. Gently brushing the fronds aside, she revealed an additional set of carvings that seemed to complement the ones Adrian was studying. "There's more here," she called out, her voice echoing faintly in the water. She crouched slightly, aligning her perspective with the new markings. They almost look like coordinates, or instructions. The symbols here had a rhythmic quality, as if they were part of a larger sequence meant to guide them. Her mind raced to connect these fragments with the ones they had seen before, hoping to uncover their purpose. Adrian swam over to join her, his brow furrowed in concentration. "You might be right," he said, tilting his head to study the new carvings. "These don't seem random. If the ones I was looking at are the starting point, then these could be the next step." He gestured between the two sets of symbols, his movements deliberate as he tried to link their meanings. "It's almost like they're forming a path, like stepping stones across a river." The thought filled him with a mix of excitement and caution. If these symbols truly led to the hidden path, they were on the verge of a major breakthrough. But the idea also carried a weight of responsibility. The path ahead wouldn't just reveal answers. It could bring dangers they weren't prepared for. Serena nodded, her expression a mix of determination and thoughtfulness. "If we're right, then following these symbols could lead us to the first key, or at least closer to it," she said. She reached out, brushing her fingers lightly over one of the carvings. The glow seemed to brighten momentarily, as if in response to her touch. "But we'll need to stay sharp. Whoever left these markers didn't make them easy to find, and I doubt they intended the path to be straightforward." She met Adrian's gaze, her resolve mirrored in his eyes. Together, they turned back to the symbols, each taking note of every detail, every line, preparing themselves for the challenges that would inevitably follow as they unraveled the mystery of the hidden path. Serena's eyes sparkled with determination as she studied the symbols, her deep understanding of the reef's magical currents allowing her to sense their latent energy. "These markings aren't just decorative," she murmured, tracing her fingertips lightly over the grooves. "They're tied to the reef's magic, like a lock that needs the right sequence to open." Adrian crouched beside her, his analytical mind already piecing together the logic of the patterns. "If that's true," he said, "then this sequence here might be the key. It looks like the carvings are meant to align, almost like coordinates on a map." Together, they examined the markings, the synergy between their skills creating an atmosphere of focused collaboration. Minutes turned into a concentrated blur as they pieced together the solution. Serena's intuitive grasp of the reef's magic complemented Adrian's methodical problem-solving, each suggestion building on the other's insights. Adrian noticed a faint groove in the stone, aligning perfectly with a carved spiral. This could be part of the mechanism, he pointed out, stepping back to give Serena room. She nodded and pressed her hand against the cluster of symbols, feeling the subtle hum of energy beneath her palm. "There's a reaction," she said, excitement threading her voice. "We're on the right track, but it's incomplete. We need to connect the next set." Adrian crouched at the base of the rock, aligning a smaller carving with the cluster Serena had activated. "What if these smaller ones act as a guide?" he suggested, carefully adjusting the orientation until a faint glow began to ripple between the symbols. The light spread outward, linking the carvings in an intricate web of illumination. Serena watched intently, her pulse quickening as the reef seemed to respond to their actions. "It's working," she said, her voice steady but filled with anticipation. "Keep going." Together, they worked in sync, aligning symbols with deliberate precision until the entire pattern radiated with a steady, magical glow. Finally, with one last adjustment, a deep, resonant hum filled the water. The glow from the carvings intensified, spreading outward in a ripple that seemed to extend into the surrounding reef. Serena stepped back, her eyes wide with awe as the rock formation shifted, revealing a hidden passage shrouded in an iridescent haze. "We did it," she whispered, her voice a mixture of relief and wonder. Adrian nodded, his expression a mirror of her emotions. "The path is open," he said, his tone resolute. "Now comes the hard part, what lies ahead." Together, they stood at the threshold, the mysteries of the reef and the promise of the first key waiting just beyond. The water trembled around them as the rock formation groaned to life, a low rumble reverberating through the depths. Adrian and Serena instinctively backed away, watching in awe as the coral-encrusted wall began to shift. Bits of sediment and tiny bubbles floated upward as a section of the rock slid aside with surprising smoothness, revealing a narrow passageway that had been concealed for who knows how long. The opening was framed by clusters of bioluminescent coral, their faint glow casting shimmering patterns on the surrounding water, lending an otherworldly beauty to the eerie sight. Serena's breath caught as she gazed at the passage. "It's like the reef itself is alive, guarding its secrets," she murmured. The light emanating from within the newly revealed corridor was soft yet strange, fluctuating as if it pulsed with a life of its own. Adrian's gaze narrowed, his mind racing to assess the situation. "This must be the path the symbols pointed to," he said, his voice calm but edged with tension. "The first key could be at the other end, or something guarding it." The notion lingered unspoken between them, both aware that their journey had only grown more perilous. The passageway was narrow and cloaked in mystery, its walls lined with layers of coral that seemed to rise subtly, though neither dared to confirm if it was their imagination. Serena moved closer, peering into the opening as the glow reflected off her determined features. "There's no turning back now," she said softly, her tone resolute but laced with wonder. Adrian nodded, gripping the hilt of the blade strapped to his side as if steeling himself for what lay ahead. "If this is the way to the key, then we move forward. But we stay cautious. This place wasn't meant to be easy to navigate." As they prepared to enter, the water around them grew oddly still, as though holding its breath. A sense of anticipation hung thick, adding weight to the moment. The ethereal light from the passageway played across their faces, emphasizing the resolve in their eyes. Together, they swam forward, their movements synchronized and purposeful, disappearing one after the other into the glowing corridor. The reef seemed to watch as they vanished into the unknown, its secrets guarded but not yet impenetrable. Behind them, the rock formation shifted slightly, as if sealing the world they left behind, while the mysteries of the path ahead awaited their discovery. Serena's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of awe and trepidation as she stared into the glowing passageway. "This must be it," she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. "The hidden path leading to the ancient temple. We've found it." Her gaze darted to Adrian, who was already studying the entrance with an intensity that reflected her own. The culmination of their efforts, the countless trials they had faced together, seemed to converge in this moment. It wasn't just a passage, it was a gateway to the answers they had been searching for, and likely, new challenges they had yet to imagine. Adrian nodded, his lips pressed into a determined line. "We knew the path would reveal itself if we followed the signs," he said, his voice steady. "But now that we're here, we need to be ready for anything." His fingers instinctively brushed the hilt of his blade as he surveyed the glowing corridor, noting the intricate coral formations that seemed almost too deliberate to be natural. "The temple won't give up its secrets easily," he added, glancing at Serena. "We have to stay sharp." Despite his words of caution, there was a spark of admiration in his eyes as he watched Serena's unwavering determination. Serena stepped closer to the entrance, her heart pounding in anticipation. The light emanating from within pulsed faintly, casting an ethereal glow on the surrounding reef. "If this is the way to the temple, then it's also the way to the first key," she said, her voice firm. She felt the weight of their mission pressing down on her, but it was matched by the sense of purpose she shared with Adrian. She reached out to touch the edge of the passage, her fingertips brushing against the coral. It felt warm, almost alive, as though the reef itself recognized their presence and their intent. She turned back to Adrian, her eyes steady. "We've come this far. Whatever lies ahead, we'll face it together." Adrian gave a small, reassuring nod, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. "Together," he echoed. Without another word, they moved toward the passage, their movements deliberate and synchronized. As they crossed the threshold, the glow enveloped them, and the reef's hum grew louder, almost as if it were acknowledging their courage. Each step forward seemed to amplify the sense of discovery, but also the looming shadow of what might await them in the ancient temple. For now, though, their focus was unwavering. They were ready to uncover the secrets of the path and face whatever trials it might bring. Adrian's heart pounded as he stared into the faintly glowing passageway, his pulse quickening with a mix of excitement and unease. The soft, rhythmic hum emanating from within seemed to resonate in his chest, an unspoken warning that whatever lay ahead would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. "Let's proceed with caution," he said, his voice calm but firm, masking the tension that gripped him. He turned to Serena, his gaze steady. "We don't know what challenges await us inside, and we can't afford to make mistakes." His hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his blade, a tangible reminder of their need for vigilance. Serena nodded, her expression mirroring Adrian's resolve. "You're right," she replied, her voice tinged with determination. "The reef has already thrown so much at us, and if this is the path to the temple, it won't be any easier from here." She took a steadying breath, her fingers brushing against the amulet she wore, a small charm infused with protective magic. It had been her anchor through the reef's trials, and now, she felt its faint warmth as if it shared her readiness for the challenge ahead. She cast one last glance at the vibrant coral formations behind them, a fleeting reminder of how far they'd come. Then, turning to Adrian, she added, "But we've faced danger before, and we've always found a way through. We'll do it again." The glow from the passageway seemed to intensify as they stepped closer, the light casting intricate patterns across their faces. The air, or rather, the water, felt different here, denser, as if it held centuries of secrets waiting to be unearthed. Adrian moved first, his steps cautious yet purposeful, his senses on high alert. The narrow corridor stretched ahead like a tunnel into another world, its walls adorned with carvings that seemed to shift and shimmer in the ethereal light. Serena followed close behind, her eyes darting between the symbols and the faint movements in the shadows. Every sound, every flicker of motion, felt amplified, as though the reef itself was watching their every step. As they ventured deeper, the hum grew louder, resonating in their bones. The passage seemed to close in around them, the walls narrowing slightly as if to test their resolve. Despite the unease that lingered in the back of his mind, Adrian glanced over his shoulder at Serena and found reassurance in her determined gaze. They were in this together, as they always had been. "Stay close," he said, his voice low but steady, a quiet promise that he would protect her if danger arose. The path ahead remained shrouded in mystery, but with Serena at his side, Adrian felt a flicker of hope. They could face whatever awaited them, no matter how daunting. The passageway enveloped them as they stepped inside, the walls curving gracefully around them like the ribs of some ancient, slumbering creature. shimmered like starlight reflected on water, casting long, shifting shadows across their faces. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, a far cry from the chaotic challenges they had encountered in the reef above. Serena ran her fingers along the cool, smooth surface of the stone, marveling at the delicate etchings that seemed to whisper stories of a forgotten past. As they descended further, the passage began to widen, revealing more of the crystalline structures that adorned the walls and ceiling. The glow intensified slightly, enough to reveal faint carvings of intricate patterns that danced like ripples in the light. Adrian paused, his gaze fixed on the symbols. "These markings," he murmured, tracing one with his fingertips. "They're similar to the ones we saw earlier, but these seem older, more deliberate." Serena crouched beside him, studying the carvings closely. "It's as if this place is alive," she said softly, her voice filled with awe. "The crystals, the symbols, it's like they're guiding us, drawing us deeper." The serene ambience was a stark contrast to the tension that hung between them, a quiet reminder of the significance of their quest. The glowing crystals bathed everything in an ethereal light, softening the sharp edges of the rock and creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Serena felt her earlier trepidation giving way to curiosity, the sense that they were on the brink of uncovering something extraordinary. "Whatever this place is," she said, glancing at Adrian, "it's not just a passageway. It's a gateway to something bigger, something we're meant to find." Adrian nodded, his jaw set in determination. "Then let's keep moving. We can't turn back now." Deeper still, the air seemed to hum faintly, a sound so subtle it was almost imperceptible. It wasn't the ominous rumble of shifting rocks or the threatening stir of currents they had encountered before. This sound was different, calming yet resonant, as if the reef itself was watching over them. The further they walked, the more the passage seemed to expand, transforming from a narrow corridor into a grand, cavernous space. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of shared wonder and trepidation. Whatever lay ahead was far beyond anything they had anticipated, but they knew they had to face it, together. The passage widened abruptly, and Adrian and Serena found themselves standing at the threshold of a grand underwater temple. Towering columns carved from smooth stone rose up around them, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that shimmered faintly in the ethereal glow of the surrounding crystals. The walls were adorned with mosaics, each depicting scenes of magic and legend, majestic sea creatures, swirling whirlpools of energy, and figures wielding powers that seemed to shape the ocean itself. The sight was breathtaking, the temple's vastness humbling in its beauty and scale. It was as if they had stepped into the heart of a forgotten world. Serena's gaze wandered over the mosaics, her fingers brushing against a nearby column as if to anchor herself in the moment. "This place is incredible," she whispered, her voice reverent. "Every carving, every mosaic, it tells a story. This isn't just a temple, it's a repository of history, a record of the magic that shaped the reef." Adrian nodded, his eyes scanning the carvings intently. "It's also a warning," he murmured, pointing to a particular mosaic that showed a swirling vortex engulfing the sea, chaos spreading in its wake. Whatever power lies here, it wasn't meant to be taken lightly. This is why the keys are so important, to restore balance, not to disrupt it. They ventured further into the temple, their footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. The central chamber loomed ahead, its entrance marked by an archway inscribed with symbols similar to those they had deciphered earlier. The chamber itself was dominated by a massive mosaic on the floor, its centerpiece a depiction of the heart of the reef encircled by the four keys. Serena knelt beside it, tracing the edges of one of the keys with a careful hand. "This must be it," she said, her voice filled with awe. "The heart of the temple, the place where the keys were meant to converge. It's a map, Adrian. A map of where we need to go." The weight of their discovery settled over them like a tide, a mix of wonder and responsibility. The grandeur of the temple spoke of a time when the magic of the reef had been revered and understood, yet also hinted at the cost of its misuse. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look, the unspoken understanding between them growing stronger. This was not just a place of answers but a challenge in itself, a test of their resolve and their ability to unlock the mysteries of the keys. As they prepared to move deeper into the chamber, the sense of urgency returned. The path was clearer now, but so was the magnitude of what lay ahead. As Adrian and Serena swam into the central chamber, the grandeur of the surroundings took their breath away. The walls were lined with towering columns, each etched with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with an energy of their own. The floor beneath them was a mosaic of shimmering stone, depicting scenes of long-forgotten rituals and the mythical creatures of the reef. In the center of the room, illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow, stood a large pedestal, its surface carved with the same mysterious symbols they had encountered throughout the temple. On top of the pedestal rested an ornate, ancient relic, its design both intricate and imposing, a testament to the craftsmanship of those who had created it. The relic seemed to hum with power, as though it had been waiting for them. Serena's gaze was fixed on the relic, her mind racing with questions. "This must be it," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. The relic seemed to call to them, its presence unmistakable. Adorned with swirling patterns of coral-like designs and metallic accents that caught the faint light, it radiated an aura of ancient magic. The symbols etched into its surface mirrored those that had guided their journey so far, linking it directly to the curse that bound the reef and the heart they had been searching for. It was both beautiful and intimidating, a relic of immense significance, holding the key to unlocking the mystery of the heart. Adrian swam closer, his eyes scanning the relic with focused intensity. "This is no ordinary artifact," he said, his voice low. "It's a catalyst, I think, a focal point for the magic of the reef. If we're going to break the curse, this is the piece we need to understand." The relic seemed to respond to his words, vibrating faintly, as though acknowledging his insight. He reached out, but something held him back. He could feel the weight of the moment, the knowledge that touching it could trigger something far greater than they were prepared for. Serena hovered beside him, her hand resting on his arm, a silent support as they both considered the enormity of their next step. The chamber grew still, the only sound the faint hum of the relic and the soft current flowing through the temple. The weight of their discovery pressed down on them, but so too did the urgency. They were close, closer than ever before, to unraveling the secret of the curse and the heart of the reef. Yet the relic was not just an answer, it was a test, a challenge, and perhaps even a danger. They knew that their next decision would determine the course of their journey, and they couldn't afford to make a mistake. The symbols, the relic, and the temple all pointed toward one undeniable truth. Their mission was far from over, and the path forward would demand everything they had. Serena swam closer to the pedestal, her movements slow and deliberate, as though she were approaching something sacred. The light from the glowing crystals above reflected off the relic, casting intricate shadows on the walls. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mix of reverence and curiosity swirling within her. The air around them seemed to thrum with an energy she could almost feel vibrating through her fingertips. As she studied the ornate relic before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of significance. The symbols etched onto its surface seemed to beckon her, promising that the answers they sought were locked within its ancient design. "This must be a clue related to breaking the curse," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. Her eyes traced the markings on the relic, trying to make sense of the complex patterns. The symbols were similar to the ones they had encountered in the reef, but they were more refined, more intricate. It was as though each symbol held a deeper meaning, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Serena's brow furrowed in concentration. The symbols on the relic could hold the key to understanding how to use it, she continued, speaking more to herself than to Adrian. The connection between the relic and the curse was undeniable, but how it all fit together was still a mystery. The challenge now was deciphering the clues in front of them. Adrian hovered beside her, his eyes narrowing as he studied the symbols. His mind raced with possibilities, but he was careful not to act impulsively. If these symbols are the key, we need to understand their meaning fully before we do anything. One wrong move and we could trigger something we're not ready for. His voice was steady, but the weight of the situation was clear. Serena nodded, her resolve hardening. They had come this far, and they couldn't afford to let impatience cloud their judgment now. With careful precision, she traced her fingers along the symbols, her mind working to piece together their meaning. The symbols were familiar, piece of a puzzle that had yet to be fully understood. As Serena continued to examine the relic, a sudden thought struck her. What if the relic itself is a map? She suggested, her voice tinged with excitement. What if it shows us the next step in our journey, where the next key is hidden, or how to activate the magic that will break the curse? Adrian's eyes lit up with realization, and he moved closer, eager to explore this new possibility. The more they studied the relic, the clearer it became that it was not just a simple artifact but a guide, a tool they could use to unlock the secrets of the reef. Together, they worked to decipher the markings, knowing that their next discovery could bring them one step closer to breaking the curse and restoring balance to the magical world they had come to love. Adrian moved closer to Serena, his attention now entirely focused on the relic before them. The dim glow of the underwater crystals above bathed the pedestal in soft light, casting an almost ethereal glow over the artifact. As his eyes traced the intricate patterns of symbols carved into the surface, he could feel the weight of their significance. We need to decipher these symbols and see how they relate to the curse in the heart of the reef, he said, his voice steady but filled with a quiet urgency. The connection between this relic and the curse was becoming clearer with every passing moment, but the exact nature of that connection was still elusive. Serena nodded, her gaze never wavering from the relic as she carefully examined each symbol. She could sense the ancient magic woven into the very fabric of the object. Every detail seemed purposeful, every line drawn with an intentional hand. There might be clues here that can help us find the remaining keys and complete our quest, she added, her fingers hovering over the markings, as if waiting for them to respond to her touch. The thought of the remaining keys filled her with determination. If they could understand these symbols, it might lead them to the next part of their journey. They both knew that time was not on their side. The longer the curse lingered, the more unstable the reef's balance became, its once harmonious environment now teetering on the edge of destruction. These symbols could be the final piece of the puzzle we need, Adrian mused aloud, his voice tinged with a sense of hope. Once we understand their meaning, we'll have the guidance we need to break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. We have to be careful, though. One wrong interpretation could set us back, maybe even put us in danger. His words carried the gravity of the situation, but there was a quiet confidence in his tone, a belief that they were on the right path. Serena's fingers finally made contact with one of the symbols, and she felt a faint pulse of energy ripple through her, as if the relic itself acknowledged her touch. Her heart skipped a beat. This one feels different, she whispered, more to herself than to Adrian. The energy coursing through the relic felt ancient, a direct link to the magic that had once flourished in the reef. Adrian leaned in closer, his brow furrowed in concentration. Do you think this is a clue? A guide to where we can find the next key? He asked. Serena didn't answer immediately, her mind racing as she connected the energy she felt with the power of the reef's ancient magic. This relic, she realized, was not just a key to their quest, it was the very essence of the reef's hidden truths, and they had only begun to scratch the surface. As they continued to study the relic, their focus shifted to the surrounding walls of the temple. The intricate carvings and faded diagrams painted scenes of long-forgotten rituals and powerful magic, the language of the reef's ancient guardians. Each engraving seemed to tell a part of the story, offering glimpses into the origins of the heart of the reef and the forces that had once controlled it. Serena's sharp eyes caught the smallest details, the alignment of symbols, the direction of the carved lines, and with every discovery, she felt the weight of the reef's ancient power grow stronger. It was as if the temple itself was alive, resonating with the energy of the past, guiding them toward the answers they desperately needed. Adrian's gaze shifted between the relic and the diagrams, noting the similarities in the patterns and the way the symbols interlocked. He ran a finger over one of the carvings, tracing the path of a winding line that seemed to mirror the currents of the reef. These diagrams aren't just decorative, he said, his voice filled with awe. They're a map, a blueprint of sorts. It's like they're showing us how the heart's power works, how the curse ties everything together. The more they examined the temple's details, the clearer it became. This relic was more than an artifact. It was a key, a bridge between their world and the deeper, hidden truths of the reef's magic. The deeper they delved into the inscriptions, the more they realized that the heart's power was not just a force of creation, but one of balance. The curse, as they had learned from their mysterious guide, was a manifestation of this imbalance. The relic in front of them seemed to represent a crucial part of the mechanism that kept the reef's natural harmony intact. Serena's mind raced as she connected the dots, her thoughts aligning with a sudden clarity. This relic, it's not just connected to the curse, it holds the knowledge to break it, she said, her voice steady with the realization. The symbols, the patterns, they're all leading us to the truth we need to understand the heart's true nature and how to restore balance. The gravity of their findings settled in as they took a moment to reflect on the task before them. They had always known their journey would be challenging, but now it felt even more urgent. The clues surrounding the relic not only pointed them toward the next step in their quest for the 4 keys, but they also hinted at the deeper, more intricate forces at play in the reef's unraveling. With the relic now understood as a vital link to the curse and the heart, they knew that unlocking its secrets would be pivotal in their journey. They had come so far, but now, with the weight of their discovery, they understood that the true test lay ahead. With a quiet sense of accomplishment, Adrian and Serena exchanged a glance, each of them feeling the weight of their discovery. The relic, now understood, had revealed much more than they had expected. It was more than a mere artifact. It was a key, unlocking the mysteries of the heart of the reef and offering them the knowledge they needed to break the curse. They carefully placed the relic back on its pedestal, their hands lingering for a moment, as if they could feel the pulse of the reef's magic emanating from it. The temple, with its carvings and ancient magic, had provided a crucial piece of the puzzle. But the road ahead was still fraught with unknowns, and the journey to find the remaining keys loomed large. Serena stepped back, her mind racing with the implications of their findings. The symbols and diagrams had unlocked a deeper understanding of the curse's nature and the balance the heart was meant to maintain. She could almost hear the whispers of the reef, the stories of those long gone, urging them to continue. "We've found a key," she said quietly, more to herself than to Adrian. "But there's so much more we need to learn. The heart's power is ancient, and we need to be ready for what comes next." She paused, casting one last look around the chamber, its walls steeped in centuries of magic. They had uncovered just the beginning, and she could feel the weight of the future pressing on them. Adrian, ever the pragmatist, nodded in agreement. His thoughts turned to the remaining keys and the challenges they would face in finding them. The map of the temple and the relic's engravings had given them their next steps, but the next phase of their journey would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. He felt a surge of determination. "We're one step closer," he said, his voice steady and resolved. "But there's still so much to do. The other keys, the trials we'll face, they won't be easy. But now we know what we're up against. We're not in the dark anymore." His words were a reminder of the seriousness of their task, and yet, there was a sense of purpose in his tone that had not been there before. With their next steps clear, Adrian and Serena made their way toward the exit of the temple, their minds full of the knowledge they had gained and the challenges still to come. The temple had provided a glimpse into the deeper mysteries of the reef, but the answers they sought were far from complete. They had learned that the heart of the reef was a force of balance, both creation and destruction intertwined. To break the curse, they would need to seek out the remaining keys, each one holding a part of the answer. As they swam through the dark passageway, the light from the crystals flickering behind them, they felt a renewed sense of determination. They had uncovered one piece of the puzzle, but the rest was still waiting to be found. As they ascended through the passageway, the faint glow of the crystals growing dimmer behind them, a quiet sense of realization began to settle over Adrian and Serena. The deep, ancient silence of the temple had contrasted sharply with the vibrant life of the reef. But now that they had emerged back into the open waters, everything felt different. The weight of their discovery, the relic, the symbols, and the deeper understanding of the curse, hung in the air between them. They had uncovered a significant clue, one that had illuminated a clearer path forward, but the enormity of their mission still loomed large. The reef, which had once felt like an endless maze of uncertainty, now seemed less like an unknown and more like a guide leading them towards something greater. Serena glanced at Adrian, the quiet resolve in his expression matching her own. Their bond had deepened throughout this journey, and though the trials ahead were daunting, she felt more prepared than ever. The relic and the clues they had gathered were not just pieces of the past, they were keys to their future. She allowed herself a brief moment of satisfaction, knowing that they were closer than ever to unraveling the mystery of the heart of the reef. Yet there was no time for complacency. The journey was far from over, and the dangers they would face were still unknown. "We're on the right track," she murmured, her voice filled with quiet confidence. "But we can't let our guard down." As they swam back through the reef, the vibrant colors of the coral seemed to pulse with new meaning. The once familiar landscape now felt charged with energy, each twist and turn of the underwater maze holding the promise of further discovery. Adrian's mind raced with thoughts of the challenges they would soon face, but he found comfort in the knowledge they had gained. With the relic and the new understanding of the heart's power, they were no longer chasing shadows, they were hunting for real answers. The first key was only the beginning, but it was a beginning that had given them hope. His grip on the map they had recovered tightened, feeling the weight of their shared purpose. The reef around them seemed to come alive, the currents carrying them forward with a renewed sense of urgency. Though they had uncovered one piece of the puzzle, they knew that the journey would require much more. The hidden path had led them to the heart of ancient magic, but the road to breaking the curse was still winding and treacherous. With each challenge, Adrian and Serena would need to rely on their strengths and each other's support. They had entered the reef as two individuals, but now they were a team, bound not just by their quest but by the growing trust between them. And as they swam toward their next destination, the path ahead no longer seemed quite as uncertain. They were on the right track, no matter what trials awaited them. Adrian and Serena swam side by side, their minds focused on the task ahead. The discovery they had made in the ancient temple had deepened their understanding of the curse that bound the magical reef, but it had also raised more questions. The cryptic inscriptions and the relic had illuminated their path forward, but the road to unlocking the full power of the heart of the reef was still clouded with mystery. The symbols they had deciphered spoke of deep magic, of forces beyond their comprehension, and they knew that the remaining keys, those elusive artifacts, were the key to unraveling the curse. Every step forward brought them closer to their goal, but the danger of their journey loomed large, with more obstacles yet to face. The currents around them seemed to shift as if the reef itself was alive, guiding them toward the next challenge. Serena felt a sense of urgency surge within her. The relic they had uncovered was more than just an ancient artifact. It was a piece of a much larger puzzle, one that could reshape the fate of the entire reef. Each discovery was a victory, but the pressure was mounting. They had seen what the reef had to offer, and they had learned that unlocking its secrets would not be easy. The deeper they ventured, the more the stakes seemed to grow. Yet, as daunting as the future seemed, Serena found strength in their shared purpose, in the knowledge that they were not alone in this quest. Together, they were capable of overcoming the trials that awaited them. Adrian's gaze was fixed on the distant waters ahead, where the reef stretched out in every direction, both a sanctuary and a battlefield. He knew that the challenges ahead would test their limits, physically, mentally, and emotionally. But now, armed with the knowledge gained from the temple, they had a clearer sense of what to expect. The clues had shown them that the keys were scattered in places of great significance, hidden in locations that carried their own dangers. Each key was a piece of the puzzle, a necessary part of breaking the curse and restoring balance to the reef. With every moment that passed, Adrian felt the weight of the mission grow heavier, but the thought of the lives that depended on their success spurred him on. There was no turning back now. As they continued their journey through the vibrant coral gardens, the sense of purpose between them grew ever stronger. Their bond had deepened with each passing trial, and the lessons learned in the temple had brought them closer to understanding the true power of the heart of the reef. They were no longer simply adventurers. Now, they were the guardians of an ancient magic, tasked with restoring what had been lost. The challenges that lay ahead might be overwhelming, but with the clues they had uncovered and their unwavering determination, Adrian and Serena were ready to face whatever came next. Their quest to break the curse and restore balance to the reef was no longer just about finding the keys. it was about understanding the true nature of the magic that bound them all. And together, they would find a way to unlock that power. Chapter 20: The Temple's Trials. As Adrian and Serena emerged from the hidden passage and entered the grand underwater temple, a sense of awe and trepidation enveloped them. The temple's vast chambers stretched out before them, its towering walls etched with ancient carvings that depicted scenes of gods and mythical creatures, their eyes seeming to follow their every movement. Glowing symbols pulsed softly across the walls, casting an ethereal light that illuminated the intricate mosaic floors beneath their feet. The water around them felt charged with an otherworldly energy, as if the very currents held memories of centuries past. It was a place both sacred and secret, a relic of a time long forgotten, but one that held the key to the answers they sought. The sight of the temple filled them both with a deep sense of reverence, yet a quiet unease lingered in the air. As they swam deeper into the temple, every corner seemed to hold whispers of ancient magic, and each step they took was a reminder of the weight of their quest. The temple had been hidden away for a reason, its powerful enchantments ensuring that few would ever uncover its secrets. The carvings and symbols around them spoke of a civilization that had long since faded, but its magic still pulsed, strong and alive, guarding the knowledge that could break the curse binding the reef. It was both humbling and terrifying to be standing in this sacred space, knowing they were the ones chosen to unlock its mysteries. In the center of the chamber stood a grand pedestal, and upon it rested the ancient relic they had uncovered, the one that seemed to resonate with the same energy as the symbols etched into the temple's walls. The relic was adorned with symbols that matched those they had seen in their journey so far, each marking a different part of the puzzle they needed to solve. Serena couldn't help but be drawn to it, her fingers itching to reach out and touch its surface. It was beautiful, yet its very presence seemed to hold an immense power that both beckoned and warned them. This relic, she sensed, was not just the key to the temple but a key to understanding the heart of the reef itself. But how it would unlock that understanding, she wasn't sure. Adrian, too, felt the pull of the relic, but he remained cautious. He knew that their journey wasn't over yet, and the temple's grandeur was only the beginning of the deeper mysteries they would need to unravel. They had uncovered one clue, but there were still so many unanswered questions. What was the true nature of the curse? What powers did the heart of the reef possess? And how could they unlock its potential to restore balance? The answers lay hidden within the relic, but they also knew that every discovery would lead to more trials, more challenges. The path to breaking the curse was not a simple one, and they would need to navigate it carefully, with wisdom and bravery. Despite the uncertainty ahead, there was a shared sense of purpose that had solidified between Adrian and Serena. Their journey through the reef had tested them in ways they hadn't anticipated, and yet, with each trial, their connection had grown stronger. The relic, the symbols, the temple, everything was connected, and together they would find a way to piece it all together. Their mission was clear now, but the cost of failure was high. The reef, its creatures, and the delicate balance of nature itself rested on their success. As they stood in the heart of the temple, ready to continue their journey, Adrian and Serena knew that they were on the cusp of something monumental. The temple held the answers they sought, but the deeper question remained. Would they be able to unlock its secrets before it was too late? The central chamber, where the relic rested, seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Every inch of the space pulsed with an ancient energy that made the water around them feel thick with power. The relic, placed carefully atop the pedestal, seemed to shimmer with a faint light, as if it were aware of their presence. As Adrian and Serena approached, the air grew heavier, and an unsettling silence settled over them. It was as though the very walls of the temple were waiting for something, waiting for them to prove they were worthy of the knowledge and power hidden within. The once ethereal glow of the symbols on the walls flickered, like the temple itself was preparing for what was to come. Then, without warning, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. At first, it was a subtle shift, a slight vibration, but it quickly intensified into a powerful quake. The stone floors groaned in protest, and the water around them rippled violently as if the temple itself was awakening after a long slumber. Serena's eyes widened in alarm, and she instinctively reached for Adrian's hand, the shared tension palpable between them. They both knew this was no ordinary shift. It was the temple's ancient defenses coming to life, an obstacle designed to test the strength and resolve of anyone daring enough to enter this sacred space. The trembling grew louder, and the water began to swirl around them as though the temple itself was pushing them back. Adrian's mind raced as he scanned the room, searching for any clue about how to proceed. The walls seemed to shift, the ancient carvings moving in and out of focus, as if they were part of some elaborate mechanism. He realized that they were not just facing the temple's defenses, they were facing the judgment of the past. The relic, the temple, and the magic it held would not be freely given, it had to be earned. The questions burned in his mind. What did the temple require of them? What could they offer to prove their worthiness? As the trembling intensified, he turned to Serena, who was already scanning their surroundings, her face a mixture of determination and caution. Serena could feel the pressure of the moment building. The temple's power was undeniable, and it was clear that their journey was about to become far more dangerous. But she had a sense of calm in the midst of the chaos. The symbols on the walls had already provided them with clues, and she knew they needed to connect the dots, understand the message behind the ancient magic. She could feel the subtle pull of the relic, its power calling to her as if it knew that she was one of the chosen to unlock its secrets. Yet, the trembling and the shifting walls told her that they had not yet proven themselves. They needed to understand the temple's trials, and they had no choice but to face whatever challenge lay ahead. As the ground quaked beneath them, the walls of the temple shifted once again, revealing hidden passageways and ancient mechanisms designed to test their resolve. A low rumble echoed through the chamber, and from the shadows, a series of magical runes began to glow, casting an eerie light across the chamber. The challenge was clear. They would need to navigate these trials, unlocking the secrets hidden in the relic and the temple's walls, all while contending with the growing intensity of the ancient magic. The stakes had never been higher, and the pressure to succeed weighed heavily on them both. But despite the uncertainty, Serena and Adrian shared a silent understanding. They were in this together, and they would face whatever came their way, determined to uncover the temple's secrets and complete their quest. The walls of the chamber seemed to come alive as they shifted with a low, rumbling sound, revealing a series of ornate archways that now stood before Adrian and Serena. Each archway was unique, its design intricately carved into the stone, with curling patterns and symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, ethereal glow. The air around them grew heavier as the runes etched into the stone walls began to shimmer, casting long shadows that danced across the chamber. The glow from each archway illuminated the room in a soft, almost otherworldly light, making the atmosphere feel both ancient and alive with hidden power. Serena stepped forward, her eyes tracing the glowing symbols that adorned each passage, a sense of awe and foreboding settling in her chest. The rhythmic pulsing of the runes caught their attention. It wasn't just the light that seemed to move. It was as though the runes were alive, their glow fluctuating with an almost breath-like rhythm. The deeper they observed, the more they realized that each archway carried its own distinct pattern. The light seemed to respond to their presence, brightening as they drew nearer, and dimming when they moved away. It was as if the runes were aware of their every motion, judging whether they were worthy to proceed. Adrian could feel the weight of the moment. Each step forward seemed to invite the temple to react, and every archway held its own secret, its own challenge. They knew that whatever lay beyond these archways would be pivotal to their quest. Serena's gaze flickered from one archway to the next, sensing that they were not just decorative, they were part of a greater puzzle. Her mind raced, connecting the patterns she had seen before in the temple's other carvings. These symbols, she murmured, they're part of the trials. We need to choose the right path. She could feel the pulse of the runes resonating with something deep within her, as if the temple itself was beckoning her to understand its ancient magic. But how would they decipher which path would lead them closer to the artifact they sought? Each archway seemed to offer a different route, and she knew that the right choice was crucial to their survival. Adrian, always the more analytical of the two, stepped closer to one of the archways, his eyes narrowing as he studied the shifting patterns in the runes. The rhythms are different for each one, he observed. This one's pulse is slower, more deliberate, while the others are quicker, almost erratic. Maybe they correspond to the challenges ahead, something to do with patience or swiftness. He turned to Serena, a thoughtful expression on his face. We'll need to consider not just the path itself, but the qualities each challenge demands of us. The wrong choice could lead to disaster. Serena nodded, her instincts aligning with Adrian's analysis. They would need to trust their intuition and the lessons they had learned so far, if they were to navigate this trial and come closer to their ultimate goal. With the pulsing runes beckoning them forward, Adrian and Serena exchanged a look, their bond strengthening in the face of the temple's challenges. They had already faced so much together, and now, with the weight of the relic they had discovered, their resolve had never been clearer. The archways ahead held both promise and peril, and they knew that the only way to succeed was by working in harmony, trusting their instincts, and relying on each other's strengths. Each archway offered a different possibility, but only one would guide them toward the truth they sought. With a deep breath, they stepped forward, ready to face the trials that awaited them in the heart of the ancient temple. A deep, resonant voice suddenly filled the chamber, echoing off the ancient stone walls with a weight that made the very air tremble. The voice seemed to come from all directions at once, as if the temple itself had spoken. To claim the heart's power, you must first demonstrate your worthiness. It intoned, each word carrying a sense of authority that sent a shiver down Adrian and Serena's spines. The sound was rich and ancient, reverberating through the vast space like the distant rumble of thunder. They exchanged wary glances, the weight of the temple's challenge settling heavily upon them. It was clear now, this place was more than just a repository of secrets. It was a living entity, guarding its treasures with trials meant to test the very core of their beings. As the voice faded into the stone, a strange stillness descended. The pulsing glow of the runes faded momentarily, leaving only the dim light of the temple's crystal illumination. A sense of anticipation hung in the air, thick with the promise of what was to come. The ground beneath their feet vibrated slightly, as if in response to the temple's command. Serena felt her pulse quicken, the weight of the challenge sinking in. "We knew it wouldn't be easy," she said quietly, her voice a mixture of determination and apprehension. The trials ahead would test them not just physically, but mentally, perhaps even emotionally. She could sense the ancient magic of the temple watching them, evaluating their every move, as though the very walls were waiting for them to make the first move. Adrian, ever the strategist, stepped forward, his eyes scanning the chamber for any signs of what these trials might entail. He could feel the tension in the air, the challenge was real, and it was theirs to face. "We've come this far," he said, his voice firm. "We need to be ready for whatever the temple throws at us. Let's stay focused and stick together." His words were simple, but the resolve in his tone was unmistakable. He could feel the power of the temple pulsing around them, like the heartbeat of the reef itself. He knew that the trials would not just be physical challenges. They would be tests of their very spirits, their unity, and their commitment to the quest that had brought them here. As if in response to their thoughts, the chamber began to shift again. The floor beneath their feet moved, and one of the archways suddenly glowed brighter, its runes pulsing with a new, fiery intensity. The voice returned, this time softer but no less imposing. "Choose the trial that suits you best. Only by overcoming it will you unlock the knowledge that lies ahead. Fail, and you will be cast adrift in the depths, your quest ended." The final words lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of their finality. Serena felt a shiver run through her. The stakes were clear now, they had to succeed, or they would lose everything. But which trial would they choose? The path ahead was full of uncertainty. The glowing archway beckoned them forward, and Serena stepped up, her expression set in determination. Adrian joined her, his gaze unwavering as he studied the symbols that now illuminated the arch. Each of them had their own strengths, their own unique gifts, and they would need to use those to overcome whatever lay beyond. The trials of the temple would demand their absolute best, mind, body, and heart. But together, they knew they could face whatever was ahead. The first step of the trial had been set before them, and with the echo of the voice still ringing in their ears, they knew they had no choice but to accept. The challenges had begun, and they would need to prove their worth if they were to continue their quest to unlock the heart's power and save the reef. Adrian and Serena exchanged a brief, but meaningful glance, both fully aware that the trials ahead were no mere physical hurdles. They were profound tests of everything they had worked for, everything they had become since embarking on this quest. The weight of the moment settled heavily on their shoulders, but there was no fear in their eyes, only determination. These trials would not just challenge their strength or wits. They would probe the very depths of their bond, their trust in each other, and their understanding of the powerful magic that had guided them thus far. It was clear now that this journey was not only about breaking the curse. It was about proving that they were worthy of the knowledge and power that lay hidden within the reef. Serena's hand instinctively reached out to Adrian's, her fingers brushing his in a quiet gesture of reassurance. She could feel the steady rhythm of his pulse, the quiet fire of determination in him. The path ahead was uncertain, but they had come so far. They had faced impossible odds before, and together they had triumphed. There was no turning back now. The trials would test their very souls, but Serena knew they had something that no challenge could strip away: their unity. "We can do this," she said, her voice soft yet resolute. Adrian nodded in agreement, his expression unwavering, the burden of their shared purpose binding them more firmly together. They turned their attention back to the glowing archway, where the runes now pulsed with a rhythmic cadence, as though waiting for them to make the next move. The magic in the air was palpable, a heavy, almost electric energy that buzzed around them, urging them forward. They could feel it, the sense that the temple was alive, watching, judging their every move. It was no longer just a structure of stone and coral. It was a living entity, imbued with the power of the reef's ancient magic. Each step they took felt like a choice in a larger, more intricate dance, where the stakes had grown exponentially. They would need to trust their instincts, and each other completely as they hoped to unravel the mysteries ahead. Adrian's eyes never left the archway, but his mind was already working, analyzing the situation. He could feel the presence of the trials, the way the air seemed to shift and hum with untold power. There would be no shortcuts here, no simple path to success. It would demand their best, and then some. Serena was already attuned to the magical currents of the reef, and together, they had become an effective team in navigating its unpredictable challenges. But this was something different. The temple's trials were ancient and potent, designed to test not only their physical endurance but also their intellect, their hearts, and their ability to truly understand the magic they were dealing with. He turned to Serena, a glint of quiet confidence in his eyes. "Let's figure this out together. We've faced the unknown before." As the air around them seemed to thrum with even greater intensity, they stepped toward the archway, ready to face whatever lay beyond. The voice of the temple had warned them that failure would mean the end of their quest, but neither of them hesitated. The trials would be difficult, perhaps even dangerous, but Adrian and Serena had something that no test could take from them, an unbreakable bond forged through every trial they had faced thus far. Whatever came next, they knew they would face it together. With every step forward, they moved closer to the heart of the reef and the answers they sought, knowing that only by embracing the challenges ahead could they hope to succeed in their ultimate mission. The trials were waiting, and they were ready. Adrian and Serena stepped through the first archway, the weight of their decision settling in their bones. The passageway before them was narrow, the stone walls adorned with faint, glowing patterns that seemed to shimmer as they moved. The air was thick with a strange energy, as though the very fabric of the temple was alive and watching their every move. As they reached the end of the corridor, the space opened up into a vast, breathtaking room. The soft, golden light that bathed the chamber seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, casting an ethereal glow that flickered across the walls and ceiling. It was a beauty that seemed to both calm and unsettle them, an invitation to explore yet a warning of the dangers hidden within. The room was filled with floating platforms, suspended above a vast chasm of swirling, churning magical energy that seemed to hum with an ancient power. The platforms varied in size, some large enough to stand on, while others were small and delicate, barely large enough for a single step. The energy below was mesmerizing, whirling currents of glowing blue and violet that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Despite its beauty, the churning current beneath them held a sense of danger, as if a single misstep would send them tumbling into the abyss. The platforms, while seemingly stable, had an air of fragility, as if they were held in place only by the magic of the temple itself. At the center of the room, a lone pedestal stood, surrounded by the platforms. Upon it rested an inscription, the text etched in ancient symbols that seemed to shift and change as they approached. The words were written in a language Serena recognized from her studies of the reef's ancient magic, but their meaning was elusive. She studied the symbols closely, her mind racing to decipher them. The inscription seemed to describe a puzzle, a test of balance and precision, something that would require them to work together to unlock the next step in their journey. The air around the pedestal seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if the temple itself was waiting for them to make their move. Adrian's eyes flicked from the pedestal to the floating platforms, analyzing their positions and how they might need to be navigated to reach the puzzle. "This is a test of coordination and timing," he murmured, as if thinking aloud. He could feel the weight of the task before them. They would need to move carefully, decisively. One wrong step could send them into the churning energy below, and while they had no doubt the temple would provide them another chance, they could not afford to fail. They needed to prove their worth to the heart of the reef, and this was the first hurdle to overcome. His gaze turned to Serena, meeting her eyes with a look of resolve. "We'll need to move together, perfectly synchronized. Are you ready?" Serena nodded, her expression a mix of concentration and determination. She could feel the magic in the air, the pulse of energy beneath her feet, and the quiet hum of the pedestal's power. This was no ordinary puzzle. It was a test of everything they had learned so far. They would need to trust in each other completely, relying on their bond to guide them through the challenge. Serena's hand instinctively brushed against Adrian's, a silent gesture of support. "We'll figure this out," she said, her voice steady. Together, they turned their focus back to the pedestal, the inscription now fully clear in Serena's mind. The puzzle had revealed itself. Now it was up to them to solve it and advance deeper into the temple's mysteries. Serena leaned closer to the pedestal, her brow furrowed in concentration as she traced the intricate symbols with her fingers. The inscription was more than just a set of words. It was a riddle, woven into the fabric of the room itself. Each symbol seemed to shimmer as her fingers moved across them, almost as if they were alive, reacting to her touch. The message was slowly becoming clearer. "This seems to be a test of balance and coordination," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes flicked to the floating platforms that hovered above the swirling currents, each one seemingly suspended by magic alone. "We need to navigate the platforms while solving the puzzle," she added, turning her gaze back to Adrian, her mind racing to figure out how to connect the two tasks. Adrian studied the room, his eyes tracking the movements of the platforms, which floated steadily in midair yet seemed to shift ever so slightly with the rhythmic pulse of the magical currents below. It was clear that the platforms weren't fixed in place. They moved with the energy of the temple, responding to unseen forces. The puzzle before them, though daunting, was not just about physical agility. It was about timing, intuition, and precision. He glanced at Serena and then back to the inscription, considering the challenge ahead. "We'll need to time our movements perfectly," he said, his voice calm but determined. "If the platforms move, we'll have to adjust our steps quickly to stay balanced. It's a test of not just how we move, but how we think together." Serena nodded in agreement, her gaze sharpening as she analyzed the pattern on the pedestal. The inscription was more than just instructions. It was a map of the room, indicating the path they needed to take across the platforms. Each symbol represented a step, a place to stand, and a movement to make. She felt the weight of the challenge settle upon her shoulders, but it was a familiar feeling, a reminder that every step they had taken on this journey had required trust, not just in the magic of the reef, but in each other. "We'll need to move in perfect synchrony," she said, meeting Adrian's eyes with a steady resolve. "If one of us falters, it could throw off everything." The gravity of the task was not lost on her, but she trusted in their bond, their shared understanding. The silence between them deepened as they both began to map out the sequence in their minds, their focus narrowing to the task ahead. Adrian stepped forward first, carefully testing one of the floating platforms, which wobbled slightly under his weight. He steadied himself, taking note of its movement. It's responsive, he observed, his eyes scanning the platforms for any signs of stability. We'll have to keep our weight centered, but we also need to be ready for the unexpected. The energy of the room is in constant motion. He glanced back at Serena, his face a mask of concentration. You ready to give this a try? Serena stepped forward beside him, her body tense with focus but her expression unwavering. She knew this challenge would require everything they had learned about teamwork and magic. She tested a different platform, and it responded in kind, the shifting energy creating a subtle resistance under her feet. We'll need to move in tandem, she said quietly. Every step will be connected, every movement will depend on the one before it. As they synchronized their movements, they could feel the magic of the room responding to their actions, the pulsing energy almost urging them forward. With a shared nod, they positioned themselves at the starting point, ready to tackle the puzzle and navigate the platforms in perfect harmony. Every step they took now would bring them closer to unlocking the mysteries that lay deeper within the temple. Adrian's voice was steady, but there was a sharpness in his eyes, a quiet determination that matched Serena's own. He stepped forward, carefully placing his foot on the first platform, feeling the gentle give beneath his weight as it shifted in response to his movements. The air felt charged, as if the very walls of the temple were holding their breath, waiting to see what they would do. I'll guide us from the front, he said, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. I'll move first, and you follow. Together, we'll avoid the current and make sure we're in sync. His plan was simple, but it relied on precision and mutual trust. He knew that he couldn't afford to falter, not now, not with the stakes this high. Serena watched Adrian with a mix of admiration and focus as he tested the platform beneath him. The room seemed to pulse with energy, the magical current swirling below them as if it had a life of its own, waiting for a misstep. And I'll keep an eye on the inscription, she replied, her voice calm yet determined. The riddle on the pedestal was their key to solving the puzzle, but deciphering it while moving through the room would require both her intellect and her agility. The symbols on the pedestal had been challenging enough to interpret, and now they would need to understand how they fit into the movements of the platforms. We'll need to stay sharp, she added, her eyes already scanning the inscription again, mentally rehearsing the sequence they had worked out. As Adrian moved forward, he felt the subtle pull of the magical current below, the deep, unrelenting force threatening to throw him off balance. But he trusted in the bond they had forged and in the plan they had laid out. His movements were calculated, each step measured and precise. The platforms were no longer stationary. They were alive, responding to his weight and the current of the room, but Adrian's focus never wavered. He reached the second platform, carefully shifting his weight to stabilize it before reaching back with one hand to help Serena. Steady, he murmured, watching her eyes flick from the inscription to the moving platforms. We're doing this together. Serena followed closely, her every step synchronized with Adrian's. She could feel the delicate balance required to move across the platforms, each one shifting and pulsing with the energy of the room. But it wasn't just the physical coordination she had to maintain. She had to remain vigilant, watching the symbols on the pedestal as they seemed to glow brighter with each movement they made. The riddle was starting to make more sense, certain steps aligned with certain symbols, guiding them through the maze of floating platforms. It's like a dance, she said softly, the words more to herself than to Adrian. Each movement needs to be timed with the right symbol. They moved with purpose and harmony, their bodies flowing in tandem with the rhythm of the temple's magic. The current below them roared, a constant reminder of what was at stake, but each step brought them closer to the next challenge. Adrian's steady hand guided them forward, while Serena's sharp mind pieced together the final clues. The inscription was no longer just a set of cryptic symbols. It was a map of their movements, a guide to the correct path. As they reached the final platform, the last symbol seemed to glow in the air between them. Serena's eyes locked onto it, the solution clear at last. This is it, she whispered, her voice filled with triumph. We've solved the puzzle. Their successful navigation of the room wasn't just about physical skill or mental acuity. It was a testament to their growing connection and their ability to work together under pressure. As they reached the final pedestal and the platform still beneath their feet, the walls of the room seemed to relax, the tension in the air lifting. The current below them ceased its furious churning, and the path forward became clear. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of silent relief, the realization sinking in that they had overcome the first trial of many. There would be more obstacles ahead, but they were ready. They had proven to themselves, and to the temple, that they were worthy of the heart's power. Adrian took the first step onto the platform with a quiet, measured determination, feeling the subtle shift in the air as the weight of the task ahead settled upon him. The floating platform beneath his feet shifted slightly, responding to his movements, but he remained steady, placing his next step with precision. He knew the current below them was dangerous, a relentless force that could pull them off balance at any moment, but he moved with confidence, using the rhythm of his breath and the steady pull of the water to guide his actions. His focus was solely on the next step, the platform, and the path ahead, but he was also acutely aware of Serena's presence behind him, her eyes scanning the inscription with intense concentration. Serena's gaze flicked back and forth from the inscription on the pedestal to the shifting platforms beneath them. The symbols were strange and unfamiliar, but they held a clear pattern. If only she could find the right sequence. The more she studied them, the more she could sense their connection to the movement of the platforms, as if the puzzle were alive, breathing with its own set of rules. The room hummed with energy, the magical current below them responding to every step they took. But Serena knew that their success depended on her understanding of the inscriptions. As Adrian carefully moved ahead, she focused on the symbols that glowed faintly on the walls around them. She traced them with her fingers in the air, attempting to connect them in her mind with the movements they had already made. Adrian glanced back briefly to check on Serena's progress. He could see the determination in her eyes as she pieced together the puzzle, her mind working quickly to decipher the inscription. He moved forward another few steps, each one careful and deliberate, his balance always in question as the platform shifted under his feet. As he stepped onto the next platform, the faint glow of the symbols flickered, and for a moment, the current beneath him seemed to grow stronger, urging him to hurry. He knew that they had to keep up their momentum as they were going to solve the puzzle in time. Serena's voice broke through his focus. "I think I've got it," she said, her tone tinged with excitement and relief. Serena's words brought a surge of hope, and Adrian paused, watching her as she deciphered the last few symbols. She quickly relayed the sequence she had figured out, her voice steady and sure. "Step by step, we need to align the symbols in the order that matches the pattern on the wall," she explained. "The platforms should follow suit and guide us to the final position." Adrian nodded, understanding now that they had been moving according to a hidden sequence all along, but that the final alignment of the symbols would unlock the path forward. With newfound clarity, they both shifted their focus to the symbols and the platforms below, working in tandem to make the necessary adjustments. Together, they moved fluidly, step by step, aligning the platforms with the symbols and unlocking the hidden pattern. The glowing symbols seemed to hum with energy as each platform clicked into place, the magical current below them ebbing and flowing in response to their movements. With the last step, the entire room seemed to pulse with a sudden, radiant light, and the platforms still beneath their feet. The churning magical current calmed, and the pathway ahead of them opened. The puzzle was complete. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of satisfaction and quiet triumph. Their teamwork, patience, and understanding of the magical forces had brought them this far, but they knew that greater challenges awaited. Together, they were ready to face whatever lay ahead in the trials of the temple. Adrian's muscles tensed as he stepped from one platform to the next, each movement deliberate and calculated. The faint hum of magical energy vibrated through the air, signaling that the room's challenge was far from over. The platforms beneath their feet were unstable, constantly shifting in response to their movements, and the swirling magical current below them threatened to pull them off balance at any moment. He glanced over at Serena, watching her position herself carefully on the next platform. Without a word, they exchanged a look that spoke volumes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They were in this together, and every step they took now would determine whether they made it through unscathed. Serena's focus never wavered as she shifted her weight, preparing for her next move. The key to the puzzle, she knew, lay in their ability to synchronize their actions perfectly. Her eyes flicked to the inscription again, searching for any clue that could help them align the symbols. With each step, they had to consider not only their personal movements, but also the way the platforms responded to their weight and placement. The magical current, once an intimidating force, now felt like a challenge they had to tame through coordinated effort. Serena caught Adrian's eye, silently signaling that they needed to move in perfect time. It was a delicate balance between intuition and strategy, each of them playing off the other's movements. As they advanced, their movements became more fluid, their coordination growing sharper. Adrian's steps were slow and steady, each one placed with intention, while Serena adjusted her position, keeping an eye on the changing patterns in the symbols. Every time one of them made a misstep or hesitated, the platform beneath them would wobble, threatening to drop them into the churning current below. It was only by staying connected, trusting each other completely, and constantly adjusting their movements in sync that they were able to maintain their precarious footing. The tension in the air was palpable, but with every successfully completed step, they grew more confident. Their bond, strengthened by the trials they had already faced, proved to be their greatest asset. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of careful steps and synchronized movements, they reached the last platform. Adrian and Serena stood side by side, their breaths heavy but steady, the final symbol now aligned. The last of the glowing inscriptions flared to life, and with a low rumble, the ground beneath them shifted. They had completed the puzzle. The tension that had been building since they entered the room seemed to dissipate in an instant, replaced by the quiet hum of satisfaction. As the last platform stilled beneath their feet, a hidden door within the wall began to slide open, revealing the next chamber. Adrian and Serena exchanged a relieved glance as the door slowly parted, the sound of grinding stone echoing through the chamber. They had done it. They had solved the puzzle, and the path forward was now open. But they knew this was only one step in a much greater journey. With a shared nod, they stepped through the door into the next chamber, ready to face whatever new challenges lay ahead. The temple had tested their teamwork and resolve, but with each trial, they grew stronger, more connected, and more determined to uncover the secrets of the heart of the reef and break the curse that threatened it. The moment Adrian and Serena stepped into the second chamber, they were met with an eerie sight. The walls were lined with tall, ornate mirrors that shimmered with an almost hypnotic glow. As they took their first few steps into the room, the mirrors seemed to shift, their reflections warping and contorting like living things, creating a disorienting sense of déjà vu. The once familiar space around them became fragmented into a myriad of distorted images. One moment they could see themselves reflected perfectly, and the next, their figures stretched unnaturally or seemed to vanish altogether. Every movement they made triggered a ripple of changes, and the maze-like arrangement of mirrors grew more complex with each passing second. The air felt dense with magic, and the ground beneath their feet hummed with an energy that seemed to feed the maze's disorienting effects. Serena's eyes narrowed as she scanned the shifting maze, her mind racing to make sense of the chaos unfolding before them. "This is a test of perception," she murmured, her voice barely rising above the hum of the chamber. She could see that the mirrors weren't just reflecting light, they were reflecting potential paths and choices, bending reality in unpredictable ways. Each turn she made was reflected in several mirrors, but not all the reflections led to the same place. Some of them showed false paths that would lead them in circles, while others seemed to distort the true way forward. The challenge wasn't just to find the right path, it was to distinguish the real from the illusion. She knew that their ability to think clearly and trust their instincts would be their greatest asset in navigating this trial. Adrian, feeling the weight of their task pressing down on him, took a deep breath and steadied himself. The reflections had already begun to confuse him, making it hard to keep track of their actual position. "We need to focus on what we know is real," he said, his voice firm but thoughtful. He reached out to place his hand on one of the mirrors, testing the surface. The moment he touched it, the reflection shifted again, revealing a new image, one that led to an exit far off in the distance. But he knew it wasn't that simple. As he studied the mirror more closely, He could see that there were subtle signs, a pattern to the way the reflections changed, that might give them the key to finding the right path. The mirrors were not just reflecting the room, they were revealing hidden truths, waiting to be deciphered. Serena, sensing Adrian's realization, nodded and moved to join him. She too reached out, her fingers grazing the cold surface of another mirror. Instantly, she was shown a series of reflections that seemed to blur in and out of focus. It was as if the mirrors were testing them, asking them to solve a riddle not just with their minds, but with their hearts. She knew that if they weren't careful, they could easily lose their way, trapped in a maze of their own making. She glanced at Adrian and saw the same determination in his eyes. Together, they would decipher the puzzle, using the clues hidden within the maze of reflections. Each move they made needed to be deliberate, each decision rooted in a deeper understanding of the trial at hand. After what felt like an eternity of trial and error, they began to piece together the puzzle. The mirrors had stopped shifting so wildly, revealing a steady pattern. Slowly, they followed the clues, stepping forward with increasing confidence. Their earlier confusion faded as they tuned into the rhythm of the reflections, now recognizing the subtle shifts in the mirrors that signaled the correct path. Finally, they arrived at the end of the maze, the mirrors parting to reveal an archway that led to the next chamber. They had passed the trial, though not without a deepening respect for the temple's complex magic. As they crossed through the archway, they shared a quiet but triumphant glance. The maze had tested their perception and patience, but they had emerged stronger and more attuned to the challenges ahead. The journey to break the curse and unlock the heart of the reef continued, each trial shaping them into more capable allies. "This must be a test of perception and clarity," Adrian said, his voice steady as his eyes scanned the shifting reflections around him. He could feel the weight of the challenge pressing down on them, the air thick with magic that seemed to bend reality itself. The mirrors were not simply reflecting their image, they were distorting the room in ways that made it nearly impossible to determine what was real. As he focused, he noticed small differences in the reflections, the way certain mirrors flickered or shimmered, hinting at something more beneath the surface. He could tell that the key to navigating the maze was not just about following a path. It was about seeing through the illusions, discerning the truth hidden in the distorted reflections. Serena, standing beside him, tilted her head slightly as she observed the mirrors. "You're right," she said, her voice calm but tinged with concentration. "These reflections aren't just showing us the room. They're trying to mislead us." She stepped forward cautiously, her fingers grazing the edge of one of the mirrors. The moment her skin made contact, the reflection before them shifted, showing an image of the room that looked almost identical, but with one key difference, a small, seemingly insignificant detail that was out of place. The path they had been following now appeared to lead into a dead end, but in the mirror, another path emerged, barely visible behind a cluster of shifting reflections. "It's like the mirrors are hiding the truth," she mused. "We have to learn how to look beyond the surface." Adrian nodded, his mind working furiously to keep up with the puzzle. "It's not just about finding the path through the mirrors, it's about understanding how they change when we interact with them. Each movement we make could alter the path we see, and the wrong step might lead us astray." He took a deep breath and moved forward cautiously, choosing a path that seemed to reflect the one they had taken moments ago, but with slight variations. Serena followed close behind, her gaze never leaving the reflections, searching for the hidden clues. Each decision they made had to be precise, or else they risked becoming lost in the maze forever. As they continued, the maze seemed to become more complicated, with the mirrors shifting in unpredictable ways. One moment, the path appeared to be clear, and the next, it was completely obstructed. The floor beneath their feet pulsed with magical energy, making it hard to stay oriented. Serena's mind raced as she analyzed each reflection, trying to decipher the clues they revealed. "There's a pattern to how these mirrors change," she said, her voice steady despite the mounting pressure. "We need to pay attention to the subtle differences, the way the light shifts or the way the reflections distort. That's how we'll know if we're on the right path." Adrian nodded in agreement, his focus sharpening as he carefully stepped over one platform after another, eyes flicking between the shifting reflections. searching for any sign of the truth. Finally, after what seemed like hours of careful observation and meticulous steps, they noticed a significant change. The mirrors had stopped shifting erratically, and a single, clear path began to reveal itself. Serena's heart raced as the final reflection settled into place, an archway that led deeper into the temple, its silhouette appearing in every mirror now. "We found it," she whispered, her voice filled with a mix of relief and triumph. Adrian turned to her, a proud smile on his face as they stepped forward, their steps sure and confident now. They had passed the trial, not just with their eyes, but with their understanding of the magic at play. As they entered the archway, the maze behind them faded into the distance, and they knew that they were one step closer to unraveling the mysteries of the temple and unlocking the heart's power. Serena studied the maze with intensity, her eyes darting between the mirrors that distorted their surroundings. The maze felt alive, shifting in subtle ways with each step they took, as if it were trying to disorient them. Her mind began to sharpen, recognizing patterns hidden within the reflections. It was no longer just about blindly following the images before them, but about understanding the deeper rhythm of the maze. The reflections weren't just distorted versions of the room, they were meant to mislead, to trap them in an illusion of endless choices. She knew that the key to this trial wasn't just seeing the path but knowing which reflections held the truth. With her gaze fixed, Serena spoke, her voice calm but firm. "We need to stay focused and not let the illusions distract us. If we trust our instincts and work together, we should be able to navigate through." Her words were a steady anchor in the midst of the swirling confusion around them. She glanced at Adrian, her partner in this challenge, feeling a surge of confidence. She knew that their bond, built on trust and shared experience, was their greatest strength. The maze was testing their resolve, but together they could outsmart it. She gestured for Adrian to follow her lead as she stepped toward a reflection that seemed more stable, more true to the space they were in. Adrian, his mind racing with the implications of the trial, nodded in agreement. He followed Serena's example, his eyes tracking the subtle shifts in the reflections. The mirrors were warping the room into a labyrinth of falsehoods, each reflection pulling at the edges of their perception. But Serena's calm focus grounded him, reminding him that the answers were within reach if they approached the challenge with patience. Every step had to be calculated. If they hesitated or second-guessed themselves, they would be swallowed by the maze's ever-changing illusions. He studied the path ahead, then followed Serena's lead, trusting that their combined instincts would guide them through. As they moved deeper into the maze, the air grew heavier with the magic of the mirrors. Each turn, each glance at the reflections, felt like it held a hidden puzzle. Serena, sensing the pressure building, maintained her steady pace. She focused on the way the light shifted in the reflections, the way certain patterns seemed to repeat while others distorted. She could feel the pulse of the maze beneath her feet, its energy vibrating with every move they made. The challenge wasn't just physical, it was mental, demanding that they decipher the flow of energy within the mirrored illusions. The deeper they ventured, the more she realized that their ability to adapt and stay synchronized was the key to unlocking the path forward. Finally, as they approached what appeared to be another dead end, Serena's eyes caught a subtle change in the pattern. The reflections had stopped shifting as erratically, and one archway began to appear in every mirror, standing steady and certain among the shifting chaos. Serena's heart raced as she pointed to it. "This is it," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. Adrian stepped forward beside her, his gaze locking onto the same archway. They had made it through, together. The illusions had tested them, pushed them to their limits, but their trust in each other and their instincts had guided them through. With a final glance at the mirrors behind them, they stepped into the archway, ready to face whatever challenges lay beyond, knowing that they had grown stronger with each step they took. Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of the mirror maze, their senses on high alert. Every mirror around them seemed to warp and bend, creating an endless array of shifting reflections. The more they moved, the more disoriented they became, each step pulling them deeper into the illusion. The maze seemed alive, twisting and turning at will, distorting their perception of reality. The reflections of their surroundings danced on the polished surfaces, sometimes showing paths that didn't exist, and at other times obscuring the one true way forward. But amidst the confusion, Adrian and Serena kept their focus sharp, their eyes scanning for the subtle clues that would guide them through the trickery. Serena, her breath steady and measured, took the lead, following her instincts as she analyzed the reflections. She could feel the magic at work. The maze was a puzzle, its very fabric woven with illusion, but there was always a pattern, even in chaos. She reached out to touch one of the mirrors, carefully observing how it seemed to flicker in response. The reflections on the other side of the mirror didn't move in sync with the real world. There was a slight delay, a telltale sign that it was part of the maze's trickery. Serena nudged Adrian to her side, gesturing for him to notice the subtle differences in the reflections. Together, they began to discern the path. The correct reflections revealed themselves only when they weren't focused on them directly, a challenge that tested their ability to trust their instincts rather than their eyes. Adrian's mind raced as he followed Serena's cues, his gaze darting between the mirrors. Each wrong turn threatened to swallow them deeper into the maze, but he remained calm, relying on their shared understanding. Their teamwork was seamless, their silent communication a lifeline amidst the confusion. Adrian's hand brushed against the mirror, his fingers tracing the edge of an etching that seemed to glow faintly, as though it were a clue placed just for them. He stepped back, nodding at Serena, who had already picked up on the subtle shift. "This is it," he whispered, his voice almost drowned out by the soft hum of the magic in the air. Serena nodded in agreement, her confidence bolstered by their growing ability to decipher the maze's tricks. The path forward became clearer as they worked their way deeper into the maze. Each step felt more purposeful as they synchronized their movements, Adrian guiding them with his sharp observation and Serena interpreting the symbols and patterns hidden in the reflections. The mirrors became less of a trap and more of a map, each reflective surface offering a piece of the puzzle. As they moved, the air around them seemed to hum with energy, a subtle vibration in the space between the mirrors. The magic of the maze wasn't just an obstacle. It was part of a larger force that tested their connection and understanding of the trial. The sense of disorientation they had initially felt faded, replaced by a quiet certainty that they were on the right path. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of navigating the twisting corridors of the mirror maze, they reached the exit. The last reflection in front of them revealed the door, its frame outlined in faint light that hadn't been there before. Serena reached out first, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the doorframe. She smiled, her heart swelling with the knowledge that they had done it together. They had unraveled the maze's mysteries through patience, teamwork, and trust in each other. As the door creaked open and they stepped through, they left behind the labyrinth of mirrors, their minds sharpened and their bonds strengthened. The trials ahead were still unknown, but they had proven that together, they could overcome anything. As Adrian and Serena stepped into the chamber, they were immediately struck by the sight of the tempestuous vortex at its center. The swirling waters churned violently, its turbulent currents swirling with raw magic that crackled in the air. The vortex seemed alive, pulsing and shifting, a formidable force of nature and ancient power. Around the edges of the chamber, glowing runes lined the walls, their light flickering in time with the chaos of the vortex. It was clear that this was no ordinary trial. This was a challenge that would push their physical endurance and mental fortitude to their limits. The air hummed with energy, thick with the promise of danger, but also the potential for triumph. In the midst of the violent maelstrom stood an imposing mechanism, a large, ancient construct made of brass and stone, its gears and levers encrusted with centuries of grime and salt water. The mechanism was unlike anything they had seen before, its design intricate and purpose mysterious. Adrian approached it cautiously, studying the system of moving parts. It seemed to be connected to the vortex itself, as if activating or deactivating the mechanism might control the chaotic waters surrounding them. Each lever appeared to be part of a delicate balance, and turning the wrong one could set the entire structure off kilter. Serena, sensing the enormity of the task ahead, stepped beside him, her gaze locked on the mechanism with the same intensity. This trial, she knew, would test not just their strength, but their ability to work in unison under pressure. The vortex seemed to taunt them, its swirling currents growing stronger and more erratic with every passing moment. Every step they took toward the mechanism was met with fierce resistance, as though the very waters were trying to push them back. The force of the currents tugged at them, testing their resolve and threatening to tear them apart. Serena gripped the nearest pillar to steady herself, her body straining against the pull of the vortex. Adrian, equally determined, planted his feet firmly on the stone floor, his muscles taut with effort. The storm-like magic surrounding them thrummed with power, the very air thick with the scent of ozone. They both knew that this trial required more than just physical strength. It required them to summon every ounce of their perseverance and willpower to move forward. As they inched closer to the ancient mechanism, they had to coordinate their movements with precision. The levers and gears were vast and heavy, and turning them required careful planning and synchronization. Adrian's mind raced as he analyzed the system, while Serena's practiced hand found the first lever, pressing down on it with careful strength. The mechanism groaned in protest as the first gear clicked into place, but the vortex did not calm. Instead, it seemed to grow angrier, the magic intensifying. Serena glanced at Adrian, who nodded in understanding. This was no simple puzzle. It was a test of endurance, strength, and the ability to push forward despite the overwhelming odds. The vortex roared louder, a deafening sound that reverberated through the chamber. But as they continued to manipulate the gears and levers, the power of the storm began to wane. The violent currents slowed, the magic surrounding them growing less frantic with each turn of the mechanism. They worked in perfect harmony, pushing through their exhaustion and the constant pressure of the swirling waters. Slowly, the final gear clicked into place, and the chamber grew eerily still. The vortex had finally subsided, its tempestuous magic now nothing more than a gentle ripple in the air. Adrian and Serena stood, breathless and soaked, their bodies aching but their spirits triumphant. They had faced the storm and emerged victorious, their bond stronger than ever as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead in the final trial. Serena's voice cut through the roar of the tempest, calm and resolute as she focused on the task at hand. The swirling vortex in the center of the chamber continued to churn with violent energy, its magical currents threatening to engulf them with each passing moment. The mechanism before them loomed large, its brass and stone gears seemingly unaffected by the chaos around them. Serena's eyes flicked between the components, assessing the complexity of the task. Despite the overwhelming force of the storm, she remained grounded, knowing that their success depended on their ability to work in perfect sync. She could feel the weight of the moment, the importance of this trial, and yet there was a quiet confidence in her voice as she spoke to Adrian. Adrian nodded, his expression hardening with determination. His body trembled slightly from the effort of standing against the pull of the vortex, but he pushed past it, his focus sharp. The mechanism was intricate, its design older than anything they had encountered so far. It consisted of multiple levers, each connected to a set of interlocking gears that seemed to move in opposing directions. It was clear that each lever and gear would need to be activated in a specific sequence to stabilize the vortex. The storm around them felt alive, as if the very magic of the reef sought to prevent them from succeeding. But Serena's words grounded him, and he knew that they had to move quickly before the vortex's energy spiraled completely out of control. Together, they approached the first lever. Adrian gripped it firmly, feeling its weight, and with a synchronized effort, they began to work the mechanism. Serena studied the ancient gears, her hand hovering near the second lever, ready to engage it the moment Adrian shifted the first. Each movement was deliberate, their bodies moving with an almost practiced precision despite the challenge. The air grew heavier as the magic swirled around them, crackling like lightning as they continued to manipulate the mechanism. Serena could feel the immense pressure of the task. They were operating under time constraints, their every move contributing to the battle against the storm that sought to tear them apart. Yet, in that moment, there was no doubt in her mind that they would succeed. The first lever clicked into place with a deep, resonating thrum, sending a wave of relief through Serena's chest. The vortex seemed to pulse with a new rhythm, its power momentarily shifting. But they couldn't afford to stop. Every turn, every shift of the gears brought them closer to calming the storm. As they worked in tandem, Serena's mind raced to make sense of the mechanism's design. She noticed that the runes etched into the walls were not just decorative, They seemed to correspond to the gears and levers, their glow intensifying as the mechanism began to respond. Adrian's movements were steady, his focus unwavering as he handled the larger gears with ease. He could feel the magic that connected them to the very core of the reef, and as they moved in perfect sync, he knew they were drawing closer to calming the tempest. Finally, with one last coordinated effort, the final lever clicked into place, and the last gear turned. A profound stillness descended over the chamber. The vortex, which had once been an uncontrollable maelstrom of water and magic, now swirled gently, its currents no longer threatening. The storm had been tamed, its wild energy subdued by their combined efforts. Serena and Adrian stood amidst the quiet aftermath, their bodies soaked but triumphant. The mechanism, now fully engaged, hummed softly, its ancient magic settling into place. The chamber around them, once charged with chaotic energy, now felt peaceful, the air thick with the weight of their success. Though they had conquered this trial, they both knew the journey was far from over, but for now, they could take solace in the quiet victory they had earned together. Adrian and Serena stood before the ancient mechanism, its intricate gears and levers beckoning them with the promise of a solution. The vortex swirled menacingly in the center of the chamber, its violent currents whipping through the air, threatening to pull them into its chaos. The noise was deafening, the wind and water combined in a constant roar that made communication nearly impossible. Yet, their movements were deliberate and synchronized, honed by the countless trials they had already faced together. Adrian's strong hands gripped the first lever, and Serena positioned herself at the opposite end, her focus unyielding as she read the shifting patterns in the storm. The energy from the vortex pressed against them, urging them to falter, but they remained unwavering in their determination. As Adrian shifted the first lever, the air around them crackled with magic. The gears groaned, resisting their efforts, as if the mechanism itself were aware of their presence, and tried to prevent them from succeeding. Serena's sharp eyes never left the system of gears as she observed the subtle changes in their movement. Every turn of the levers seemed to increase the intensity of the vortex, but they couldn't afford to be intimidated. With each turn of the gear, each pull of the lever, they felt the pulse of ancient power responding to their movements, a rhythm they had to match perfectly. The task demanded strength, precision, and timing. Every second counted as the storm pressed against them, trying to tear them apart. But they were in sync, a team whose coordination had grown sharper with every trial. The air grew heavier with the increasing turbulence, but Adrian's resolve only deepened. With a steady hand, he worked the larger gears, his muscles straining with the effort. Serena, in turn, adjusted her position, ensuring that each lever moved in harmony with the ones Adrian had already activated. Their communication was minimal, just brief, silent glances exchanged between them, their bond carrying them through the most difficult moments. The mechanism was complex, requiring both physical strength and mental clarity to navigate the overwhelming pressure from the vortex. Each movement was carefully calculated, as the swirling currents around them threatened to disrupt their concentration. Yet they held fast to their goal, each gear turned one after another in perfect unison. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of straining effort, a powerful shift ran through the mechanism. The gears clicked into place, and the vortex, which had once raged with uncontrollable power, began to settle. The intense winds and waters gradually quieted, their violent pull easing as the mechanism worked its magic. The storm, no longer a threat, began to fade, its swirling energy dissipating into the air like the last remnants of a long-forgotten dream. The chamber, once filled with tumultuous force, grew still, and the only sound now was the soft hum of the mechanism, its ancient magic resonating through the room. The tension that had gripped Adrian and Serena's muscles melted away, replaced by the quiet satisfaction of their success. The calm that followed was almost surreal. The room, now bathed in a soft, golden light, felt peaceful, its once chaotic atmosphere replaced by an air of accomplishment. The vortex had been tamed, the powerful force subdued by their combined efforts. As they took a moment to catch their breath, Adrian and Serena exchanged a quiet look, their expressions filled with both relief and the understanding that their journey was far from over. The mechanism had opened a passageway, an entrance to the final chamber. It beckoned them forward, a silent invitation to face whatever lay ahead. Their hearts beat in tandem, knowing that they had proven their worth, but the true test was yet to come. With steady resolve, they stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face the final challenge that awaited them in the depths of the temple. The chamber they entered was unlike any they had encountered before. Soft, ethereal light bathed the space, casting gentle shadows that seemed to dance on the walls. The air felt heavy with an unspoken reverence, as though the very room acknowledged their presence and the significance of what lay ahead. At the center of the room stood a large, ornate chest, its surface intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the ambient light. The chest was unlike any treasure they had seen, its craftsmanship reflecting the ancient magic of the temple. There was a stillness in the air, a sense of anticipation that weighed on their shoulders as they approached it. Their hearts beat in unison, understanding that this was the culmination of their trials. As they neared the chest, a deep hum seemed to resonate from within the stone walls of the chamber. It was as if the very essence of the room was alive, watching them, waiting. The ground beneath their feet trembled ever so slightly, and the soft glow from the chest grew brighter. A final inscription appeared on the stone in front of them, its text appearing like a whispered secret, ancient and profound. The words etched into the stone were not just a riddle, but a profound challenge. Only those who possess unwavering inner strength and an unyielding commitment will unlock the final reward. To claim what lies within, one must confront themselves. The message was clear. They had already proven their abilities, their teamwork, their courage, but this final test would demand something deeper. Serena studied the inscription, her brow furrowing as the weight of its meaning settled over her. "It's not enough to have fought the external trials," she said softly, almost to herself. This is about our hearts, our dedication, our purpose." Adrian nodded, his expression solemn as he gazed at the chest before them. The previous trials had tested their physical and mental limits, but now, this was a test of their spirits. It would challenge them to confront their deepest fears, doubts, and motivations, those things they had buried deep inside, things that could hinder or empower them on the path ahead. They had come so far, but this trial was about to test them in ways they had not yet imagined. As they stood in front of the chest, an overwhelming sense of vulnerability washed over them. The chest, now glowing with a steady light, seemed to pulse in time with their own heartbeats, as if it could sense their thoughts. They were being asked to dig deeper than ever before, to expose the parts of themselves they had kept hidden from the world, and from each other. The air seemed to thicken as an invisible force wrapped around them, creating an oppressive silence that demanded introspection. Adrian felt a knot tighten in his stomach, an instinctive reluctance to face his own vulnerabilities. Serena, too, felt the weight of the trial pressing down on her, the fear of confronting what she might discover about herself. But neither of them could turn away. They had come this far, and the path forward lay through this trial. With a quiet but determined breath, Serena stepped forward, her eyes locking onto the glowing chest. "We've faced so much already," she said softly, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "Now we face ourselves." Adrian stepped beside her, his hand resting briefly on her shoulder before they both placed their hands on the chest. As they did, the soft hum in the chamber grew louder, resonating deep within their bones, filling them with a sense of peace and clarity. The chest slowly creaked open, revealing its contents, a radiant light that seemed to encompass everything they had fought for, everything they had learned. This was the moment where their inner strength, their commitment to each other, and their shared journey culminated. The chest was not just a physical object to be unlocked, it was a manifestation of their own growth, their shared purpose. And with that, the final trial was passed, and the true reward was revealed. Adrian and Serena stood in the quiet stillness of the chamber, their eyes fixed on the ornate chest that now lay before them. The soft light that had once bathed the room seemed to pulse with the echoes of their journey, each moment of the trials they had faced reflecting in the stillness. Their hearts, though weary, were resolute, understanding that this final test would demand everything they had learned, everything they had become. The trials had tested their courage, their strength, their wit, and even their faith in each other. Yet this trial, this final challenge, would be the ultimate test of their inner resolve, the heart of the quest. They had come so far, both physically and emotionally. But the real question remained: could they prove that their commitment was as unwavering as the trials they had conquered? Adrian broke the silence, his voice steady but filled with an intensity that matched the weight of the moment. "We've come so far," he said, his words hanging in the air, as if measuring the distance they had traveled both through the trials and within themselves. His gaze never wavered from the chest. "But this final step, it's not just about us. It's about everything we're doing this for: the reef, the balance, the people who need us to succeed." He turned to Serena, his eyes searching hers for understanding. The chest, with its ancient carvings and the subtle pulse of light, was not just an object, it was a symbol, a marker of all that had led them to this point. Their purpose, the very heart of their journey, lay within their ability to prove that their commitment to the cause was stronger than any doubt or fear they had ever faced. Serena nodded in quiet agreement, her mind racing through the memories of all they had endured. The battles, the puzzles, the uncertainty, it had all been leading to this moment, a moment that required more than just physical endurance. It demanded a depth of commitment, a willingness to face the truths within themselves and each other. "I know," she said, her voice firm but gentle, as if steadying the very air around them. "We've fought for something bigger than ourselves, and now, we need to show that we are ready to carry that responsibility. We've learned so much, about the magic, about the reef, and about ourselves. This is the final piece, the culmination of everything we've worked for." As Serena spoke, the chest before them seemed to come alive with a subtle vibration, its ancient lock glimmering faintly, almost in recognition of their words. Adrian felt a stirring in his chest, a quiet reassurance that they were on the right path. The path ahead was not just one of unlocking a physical treasure, but one of unlocking their own true potential, of proving that their commitment to the quest and the purpose behind it was unwavering. The symbols, the trials, the tests, they had all led here, to this moment of introspection and unity. They had been forged together through these trials, and now they had to demonstrate that the heart of their mission was more powerful than the fear that threatened to hold them back. With a deep breath, Adrian placed his hand on the chest, the cool stone's surface warm beneath his touch as he felt the subtle hum of ancient magic coursing through it. "Let's show the reef that we're ready," he whispered, the words not just for Serena, but for himself as well. Serena followed his lead, her hand joining his on the chest. The air around them thickened with anticipation as the final inscription began to glow, a soft, golden light illuminating the room. Together, their commitment, their unity, and their resolve reached a crescendo. The chest responded to their shared determination, and with a soft, almost imperceptible click, the ancient lock gave way, revealing the final secret of their quest. The trials were over, and in this moment, they had proven themselves worthy of the heart of the reef and the power that lay within. Serena's gaze remained unwavering as she spoke, her voice steady despite the weight of the words. The trials they had endured had pushed them to their limits in ways they could never have anticipated. Each test had revealed a different facet of their strength: physical endurance, intellectual problem-solving, and emotional resilience. But now, standing before the chest that held the final key to their quest, the task before them was one of pure dedication. The trials had been difficult, but this final moment called for something deeper, a commitment not just to their journey but to the world they were fighting to save. Serena understood that the power to break the curse and restore balance wasn't just about achieving their goal. It was about showing the universe, and themselves, that they were willing to give everything to the cause. Her words echoed in the quiet chamber, and for a moment, the air felt heavier with the weight of their shared purpose. Adrian, standing beside her, nodded in agreement, his expression matching the intensity of the moment. They had come so far, each step leading them closer to a fate that was as uncertain as it was vital. The reef, the curse, and the heart, it was all intertwined in a way that only they could fully understand now. They weren't just adventurers chasing after an artifact. They were the last hope for a dying world, and their commitment to that cause was the only thing that could ensure success. "We've proven our worthiness," Serena continued, her words like a vow. "But this final test is more than just what we can do. It's about what we believe in." Serena's resolve was like a beacon in the darkness, a a guiding light that reminded Adrian of everything they had fought for. Their journey had tested them in unimaginable ways. From the first moment they had entered the magical reef, they had faced obstacles that seemed insurmountable. But each challenge, each trial, had strengthened their bond and deepened their understanding of the task at hand. They weren't just fighting for survival, they were fighting for the very balance of the world, for the lives that depended on the curse being lifted. It wasn't enough to be worthy, they had to show the depths of their dedication to the cause. Adrian could feel the weight of Serena's words settle into his heart. He wasn't just following her lead, he was with her, fully, in this final moment. Looking at the chest before them, the air around them thick with anticipation, Serena felt a calm resolve settle over her. The trials had been grueling, but this was different. This moment was about something deeper, something more personal. She knew that the heart of the reef, the powerful artifact that had been hidden away for so long, held the key to breaking the curse that had devastated their world. But it also represented something more. It was a symbol of their own journey, a reflection of all they had overcome together. As she stood there, facing the culmination of their journey, she understood that this moment wasn't just about the artifact or the magic. It was about proving that they had the strength to see their mission through, no matter the cost. Serena turned to Adrian, her eyes meeting his with unspoken understanding. "We're ready," she said, her voice filled with quiet determination. Adrian's lips curled into a faint smile, his hand moving to rest alongside hers on the chest. In this moment, they both understood that their commitment wasn't just to the quest, but to each other, to the world they hoped to save, and to the greater good they had been chosen to protect. Together, they had reached the end of this long, uncertain journey, and as the chest responded to their touch, the air seemed to hum with the realization that they had done more than prove their worth. They had proven their devotion to the cause. The curse would soon be broken, and balance would be restored, not by magic alone, but by the power of their shared dedication and unwavering commitment. With a shared sense of purpose and determination, Serena and Adrian approached the chest, their hands steady despite the enormity of the moment. They had come so far, endured so much, and now stood on the precipice of the final revelation. As their fingers touched the chest, the air around them seemed to hum with energy, and the ancient lock clicked open, revealing its contents. A sense of reverence settled over them as the lid creaked, revealing a trove of ancient artifacts and weathered scrolls. The sight of them stirred something deep within both of them, a quiet acknowledgement that this was the culmination of everything they had worked for. Each artifact, each scroll, seemed to pulse with knowledge and power, crucial pieces to understanding the heart of the reef and the curse that had plagued Serena for so long. The artifacts within the chest were arranged with a meticulous order, each one bearing symbols they had encountered throughout their journey. Some were etched into the smooth surface of jade-like stones, while others appeared to be carved directly into ancient metal, their intricate patterns shimmering in the soft light of the chamber. Serena reached for one of the stones, tracing the symbols with her fingers, recognizing them as part of the puzzle they had solved in the temple. These were not mere relics, they were keys, each one a vital piece of the larger mystery they had been unraveling. Adrian's gaze lingered on a set of scrolls wrapped in a protective, crystalline casing, the symbols on them strikingly familiar. They, too, held the promise of revealing the deeper secrets of the curse that bound Serena to the heart of the reef. As they examined the artifacts, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The symbols from the relics aligned with those they had encountered earlier in their journey, suggesting a deeper connection between them and the heart's power. The artifacts, once scattered and lost to time, were now guiding them toward the final understanding of how to break the curse. Serena carefully unrolled one of the scrolls, her heart racing with anticipation. The ancient script was unlike anything she had seen before, but the familiar patterns quickly became clear to her. The scroll detailed an ancient ritual, one that required the heart of the reef to be both released and sealed by the combined efforts of two individuals who shared an unbreakable bond, a bond that Serena and Adrian had forged throughout their journey. Adrian's mind raced as he studied the scrolls alongside Serena, his eyes darting between the text and the symbols etched into the artifacts. The deeper meaning of the curse became clearer with each line they deciphered. The heart of the reef was not just a source of immense power. It was also a prison, a vessel holding both the magic that sustained the reef and the curse that threatened to destroy it. Breaking the curse would require more than just unlocking the heart's power. It would require them to restore balance, to bind the heart's energy to the natural order once again. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she realized the true weight of their task. This was not just about ending the curse. It was about protecting the very foundation of their world. Serena and Adrian shared a glance, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and determination. The scrolls and artifacts had given them the final pieces of the puzzle, but it was up to them to carry out the ritual and break the curse for good. The knowledge they had gained from the chest was invaluable, but it also carried a heavy responsibility. The heart of the reef's power, once unlocked, would not only restore balance but could also reshape the fate of the entire magical reef. As they carefully gathered the artifacts and scrolls, the sense of urgency grew. Their journey had brought them here, to this moment of truth, and with the heart of the reef in their grasp, they knew that their next steps would determine the future of their world. They had come too far to fail now. The trials they had faced in the ancient temple were nothing short of grueling. Each challenge had tested their physical endurance, their mental acuity, and their emotional fortitude. From navigating treacherous currents to deciphering intricate puzzles, every step had required unwavering focus and teamwork. Yet, through it all, Adrian and Serena had proven their strength and resolve. The trials had not only tested their skills but also forged a deeper bond between them, one that was essential for the journey ahead. As they emerged from the final chamber, victorious and relieved, they carried with them not just the artifacts and knowledge they had uncovered, but also a newfound confidence in their ability to face whatever came next. The weight of their accomplishments settled over them as they surveyed the ancient temple one last time. The air was still, as if the temple itself was at peace now that its secrets had been revealed. Adrian and Serena exchanged a quiet glance, the unspoken understanding between them clear. They had come seeking answers, and the temple had provided them with invaluable insights into the heart of the reef and the curse that had haunted Serena. The relics and scrolls they had discovered were not just ancient treasures. They were keys to unlocking the final stage of their quest. Each piece of knowledge gleaned from the temple would play a crucial role in the challenges yet to come, and they were more determined than ever to press forward. As they stood in the quiet aftermath of their trials, Adrian reflected on how far they had come. The path had not been easy, and there had been times when the weight of the curse and their mission had seemed overwhelming. But with each trial they overcame, they had learned more about themselves, each other, and the intricate web of magic that bound the reef. Serena had grown stronger, more confident in her own power, and Adrian had come to understand the depth of his connection to the reef's magic. Together, they had faced the trials head-on, and now they stood at the threshold of the next phase of their journey. The knowledge they had gained in the temple would serve as their guide, helping them navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Serena felt the weight of the moment, too. The final trial, the chest with its artifacts and scrolls, had been a reminder of just how high the stakes were. She had always known that the curse she bore was tied to the heart of the reef, but the revelations from the temple had made it clear that the magic they were dealing with was more powerful and complex than she had ever imagined. The heart was not just a source of immense power, it was a living entity, one that had the potential to both heal and destroy. Serena's commitment to breaking the curse and restoring balance had never been more resolute. With Adrian by her side, she knew they were ready to face the next challenge, whatever it might be. As they made their way back to the entrance of the temple, the weight of their next steps pressed heavily on them. The trials had been only the beginning, and the true test lay ahead. They had the knowledge, the tools, and the strength to continue, but there were still many unknowns. The heart of the reef was a force unlike anything they had ever encountered, and it would take everything they had to wield its power wisely. With the artifacts in their possession and the scrolls to guide them, they felt a sense of purpose they had not known before. Their journey was far from over, but for the first time, they felt ready for whatever challenges awaited them.